outside and we thought we had it all. Not a worry on my mind, I was broke at the time, but my life was rich. Hella people surrounding me that I treated like kin. Everybody had each other, so nobody felt within. And we talk about our problems from beginning to end. Every day was a blessing, every night was a party. But the time was running out when I seen it started. Everybody getting jobs, but in different locations. We didn't think about it, we were taking vacations. Damn, now I'm missing more each day. I wish we could chill together, not a weekend away. I've been looking back at pictures of the times that we had. I know life keeps moving, but I really wish that I could go back. I wish I could go back to the college days. Me and my homies talking. I wish we could have stayed. We talking every day now, but it ain't the same now. Praying we don't change now. Yeah. Some of my homies when they got married. Some of my homies up in New York and Chicago working extraordinary, cause we never been regular people. Always better than the previous version, we are the sequel. And I'm still living with Trey and we still hold it down. Got Welch, Bones and Lambert, yeah we still shut it down. But it's never the same without the boys in the town. I just pray that everybody gonna come back around. Now I'm working more than ever so that I can take it with me. Worldwide tour, turning up in every city, trying to make my life a movie. I'm too young to settle down. I'm 22, feeling like a king without the crown. But I know that I'll grow up soon and see life different. Think about a family, get my parents grandchildren. But for now, I'm thinking about the times that we had. I know life keeps moving, but I really wish that I could go back. I wish I could go back to the college days. Me and my homies talking. I wish we could have stayed. We talking every day now, but it ain't the same now. Praying we don't change now.
Ladies and gents, Turkey Day is over and bowl season is just around the corner. With rivalries aplenty and drama on the horizon, these afternoon games are going to be must watch. Make sure you stick around to catch all the action here because it's 4:30 p.m. on a Saturday and that means it's time for College Football Live. As always, I'm joined by three of the brightest college football minds in the UK. Together, we will be keeping you up to date on all the action from the early window of games whilst previewing the big games that will be coming a little bit later on. Let me introduce you to the guys once again, same every week. First up, this week it's the man whose rankings you can trust because, unlike the College Football Committee, it's clear that he actually watches the games. Mr. Oliver Hodgkinson, how are you doing and who are you going to be watching today?
Well, I think to start with, Alex, let's just get one thing clear. The College Football Playoff Committee do watch the games. They're very, very keen on the show on Tuesday night. They watch the games. The rankings, the top 25 is based very firmly on watching the games, but less of my opinion on the college football top 25. I'm hopefully going to be watching Kent State Buffalo. We're having a few technical difficulties in Buffalo this afternoon, so hopefully we'll be watching bringing some action to Saturday afternoons. If not, it'll probably be Texas Tech against Oklahoma State in what is a pivotal matchup for the Cowboys with the Big 12, spotting the Big 12 championship on the line. But hopefully we'll be able to bring some action. There's some great games out of that conference this afternoon, including Ball State and Toledo, and Western Michigan and Northern Illinois. But we'll keep plugging away in the next 28 minutes, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you Jarrett Patterson and Dustin Crum.
You are a McSheen, Ollie, a McSheen for me today. Next up, it is our SEC czar. He is the glorious Glaswegian himself. George Somerville, how are you? And which game are you watching today?
Well, I'm all the better for being called the glorious Glaswegian. Thank you, Alex. That's another fine introduction. I'm wondering at what point you're going to run out of these great intros. This might be the best day in the SEC calendar, but in the 5 o'clock games, I'm going to be covering Kentucky at Florida and Vandy at Mizzou. Both games intriguing for entirely different reasons. Florida is more of the Heisman watch. I'm afraid you're going to hear me talk about why Kyle Trask is going to win the Heisman. And in the Vandy game, well, we could have Power 5 history made today, but we'll talk a little bit more about that in that game. So I'll be keeping an eagle eye on what happens at Vanderbilt.
Anyone but Ian Book. Anyone but Ian Book. Finally, he is our editor over at The Touchdown. If he had a Tinder profile, his interests would be beer and college football. So it's probably quite lucky for him that he's already married. Simon Carroll, how are you, and which game are you covering for us today?
I'm all good, thanks, Alex. Another interesting intro. It's nice how these two guys always get played up, and I get Tinder profile. I think Tinder's a bit young, a bit too old for Tinder. Probably for a good job as well. I relied on the classic version of getting drunk and making a fool of that myself. But you'd be surprised to know I wasn't very good at that either. But yeah, all that's in the past now. Today I'll be watching what could be a car crash, as per usual. Penn State and Michigan, two teams, let's just say they've underwhelmed this season in the Big Ten. But we'll see if any of them can salvage a little bit of respectability by 8:30 tonight. I don't think either team will do. There you go.
See, that's what we like to see. Simon Carroll bringing you coverage of the worst game of the week. There you go. You've met the squad, so it's time to jump into the quad. All four of us here. Let's preview today's games. Si, I'm going to come to you first. Probably the two biggest disappointments in college football this season. Who comes out on top today between Penn State and Michigan?
Well, I've got my own opinions on that, but what's to be said that I didn't really already say 2 weeks ago about Penn State. This is a program well and truly mailing it in now. And what's worse, he's like coaching. Maybe even James Franklin has given up two. You know, there's no brave, decisive decisions. They're still flitting between two quarterbacks, Sean Clifford and Will Levis, despite obviously the former being a turnover machine and the other one underwhelming too. Like, I just don't really understand what they can do, to be honest. Like, Levis started last week after Clifford was laying eggs each week, and then he did nothing. So Clifford came in, threw 2 touchdowns. Everyone thinking, oh, here we go. Someone's lit a fire underneath him. Next thing you know, 2 turnovers, two interceptions straight away, pulled again. Levis back in the game. Maybe I'm being harsh on Franklin. Maybe neither of these quarterbacks is a nice choice, really. Perhaps give the keys to the freshman Taquan Roberson, see how he does. I mean, what have they got to lose? But yeah, it's not, wherever you look at Penn State, it's not great. You know, mediocre ground game, poor O-line, defense giving up chunk plays. 0-5, worst starting program history. They need a spark. And I think it's a damning indictment that, you know, whereabouts this program is, what place it finds itself, is that they are 2-point underdogs against Michigan, who are another car crash of a football team in 2020. So for Michigan, we said in the last show, you know, we thought that Jim Harbaugh's grip on his job was somewhat more tentative than maybe some of the experts thought. We all thought that, you know, a loss to Rutgers would be the final straw. Well, how close to a loss can you possibly get? But a triple overtime win that, you know, he's living very dangerously as Jim Harbaugh. But credit should be given for the quarterback change, as belated as it was. I think we'll talk about maybe a little bit later, but Cade McNamara is an exciting freshman quarterback who gave his team some life and an offense. Absolutely balled out when he was thrown into that game. And he needed to as well. 260 yards, 4 touchdowns. He's expected to start today, but still not confirmed. And with, you know, Penn State having double-digit deficits at halftime each game so far this season, they're wanting to have a fast start again. Yeah, like I said, they need him to be good against Rutgers. You know, this is a defense that gave up almost 500 yards to the Scarlet Knights. Last time, 5 times they played Scarlet Knights, they've outscored them 256-37. That's how much difference there is in the two programs. Yet last Saturday, they couldn't polish them off. Defensively, they've been downright embarrassing in 2020, but, you know, they're facing an offense this week, rarely breaks 100-yard rushing. It's going to be a nice relief for them. I think they're the only team with some kind of explosiveness on any unit across these two teams, Michigan. I think with McNamara and that freshman receiver, Cornelius Johnson, they've got some big playability there. Honestly, most experts have this close, but I don't think it will be. I think Michigan spanks Penn State here. I think the fans of Michigan might be giving a little bit of hope before they go and get murdered by Ohio State in 2 weeks. But for me, yeah, I think this game could be over by halftime, possibly. I said that about the Nebraska game as well, and it almost was. But just one little note to finish on. These two teams came into 2020 ranked. Penn State was ranked 7th. Michigan was ranked 16th. I think both schools cannot wait for this season to be over.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cade McNamara could be the real bright spot for Michigan this year. if he continues to perform how he did last week. But as you say, this defence, so often the strength of this programme has not been very good this year. George, I'm going to come over to you next. Let's talk some SEC football. I'm going to start off Kentucky and Florida, the headline game that you're covering for us today. Can Kentucky do anything to stop Kyle Trask from putting up more gaudy numbers over there in the SEC?
It's going to be really difficult, Alex, to be honest. I have extolled the virtues of Kyle Trask for anyone who's been prepared to listen to me bang on about it for a number of weeks now. That, after the first couple of games of the season where he was starting to put up some really good numbers, there were other quarterbacks in the contention for Heisman, including Mac Jones at Alabama, and I'm not saying that he isn't, but the numbers that Kyle Trask is putting up week on week on week. And I know we've talked on this and in college chats about how offensively the SEC has moved towards, and it's going to move away from the defensive side of things. And there is some chat about, well, the teams that Trask is putting up these numbers against, but he's still doing it consistently game on game. And he's now thrown 3 or more touchdowns in 6 successive games. He is breaking SEC records all over the place. Against Vanderbilt, he threw for 383 yards and 3 touchdowns, and against Arkansas, he threw for 5 touchdowns and 356 yards in the first half alone. Now, I have been a fan of this Arkansas defense, but he tore them to shreds. So it's very difficult to see how Kentucky stops him. And of course, one of the big problems now is that they've got Kentucky now have to face Kyle Pitts, who returns after the being out for a couple of weeks with a concussion. And what Florida have done incredibly well, in fact, what the Florida game plan is very much on spreading the ball about offensively. Florida have thrown 2 or more passes to 13 different players this season already, which is quite an incredible stat when you think about the fact that Pitts is such a target for them, and even just in the 5 games that he's played, he's thrown up some massive numbers as well. So, a lot after the first 3 games, everyone was talking about, it was the Kyle and Kyle show. Pitts sat out for a couple of weeks. Trask has really just taken over. I find it very hard to see that Kentucky, who do have a good defense, but I find it hard to see how they stop them today.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think this is Florida's show and Florida's day, in truth. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one just to see just how much and how many numbers he actually he puts up. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Vandy now. They go to Missouri today, I believe.
That's right.
And there's been a little bit of a sort of situation there at Vandy. They've struggled a bit this year with COVID, and there was a bit of a breakout in the kicking unit and special teams unit this week. So they turned around and they called up their All-SEC, 3-time All-SEC women's goalkeeper to come and kick for the football team. Now, she tried out in practice earlier this week. She's active for the game today. She's going to wear number 32. She's pulling the pads on. She's going to become, if she sees the field, the 3rd female to play at the FBS level, the first to play at the Power 5 level. So April Goss kicked for Kent State a couple of years ago, back in 2015. And then there was another kicker back in 1997, I believe, late 90s, somewhere at the FBS level. Now, this would be an incredible achievement. And from what I've sort of heard, being preparing for this show like the good host that I am, I watched some of her soccer highlights on YouTube, and she's got a leg. She has got a powerful leg, and she's used to driving goal kicks 60, 70, 80 yards. Now, obviously, it's a very different proposition, kicking a football to kicking a soccer ball out from goal, but I would love to see her even... Imagine if she hits the game winner, George. How mad are we going to go?
Well, I mean, I think the story itself is just simply amazing, right? And what I think was really good to see today. Twitter can be a heck of a place at times, right? But the amount of support for her today on Twitter was really, really impressive to see, to be perfectly honest. The one thing that's really struck me is why there's not more soccer players come into the kicking of the game. We see a lot of Aussie rules players come into football, particularly on the West Coast. I'm not quite sure why they get. Maybe it's the sunshine, I don't know, or less of a plane journey. But a lot of Aussie rules come in, but not so many soccer players. And I know, I think it was over a year ago, I got a chance to speak to Rodrigo Blankenship, and he kind of, looks a lot at how soccer players kick the ball and things like that. So, but, to answer your question, if she comes on, she's making not just, SEC football history, but also, Power 5 football history, which would just be remarkable to see and great to see that. But if she was to kick the winning field goal, well, that would just be the icing on the cake. It's a great story, and she's also advertising, endorsing the Play Like a Girl charity, so she's got that in the back of her helmet. That's such a cool story. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to that, and I think that turns that game a little bit, because, as you say, both of those teams really haven't been. Well, I think Vandy was always going to be a struggle, but I think after the first couple of games at Mizzou, we thought Eli Drinkwitz had them moving in the right direction, but they have had a tough schedule down there. So this game's got a shot in the arm for all the right reasons.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, just even if it is just because of that news story. Mr. Hodgkinson, we're gonna talk a bit about Buffalo and Kent State first, and then we'll talk a little bit about your preseason Big 12 favourite, Oklahoma State, as well, just in case the technical issues we're having with that Buffalo game continue. Now, this is going to be a great game, isn't it? You've got two of the best stat compilers in the country in Kent State quarterback Dustin Crum and Buffalo running back Jarrett Patterson. Really, it's almost a little bit remiss to call these two teams one-man teams, but they're pretty close, aren't they? On offense, especially.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, Jarrett Patterson, the running back at Buffalo, and Dustin Crum, the quarterback at Kent State, are the highlight names of this matchup. There's no doubt in that at all. But let's not escape the fact that these are two of the top 5 rushing teams in the entire nation. So for while Dustin Crum gets all the focus at the quarterback position, there are 4 players for Kent State who have triple-digit rushing yard seasons. They're averaging 299 rushing yards per game. Buffalo aren't far behind at 260 rushing yards. That comes obviously from Jarrett Patterson. And I'm hoping we get to see this game. I hope to resolve these technical issues, because Jarrett Patterson is a special player, not just at the MAC level, not just in this conference, but he's a special player in the whole of college football, and a guy who is starting to get that recognition, not just as a college football player, but as an NFL draft prospect as well. So it's going to be a fascinating matchup between the two teams. They are quite equally matched, both 3-0 coming into this game as well. And we look back at last year's game, Buffalo were riding away with this game, and then Kent State went ahead and scored 24 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to win the game 30-27. That's the sort of entertainment that the MAC brings for you. Now, most people in the UK are in their beds on a Tuesday night, Wednesday night at 1 o'clock in the morning, when the MAC schedule tends to be focused on. We've already had 3 weeks of midweek mayhem in the MAC that you guys might have missed out on, because, 1 a.m. midweek probably isn't, even in the middle of a lockdown, the sort of time you want to be up watching college football, but you should be. There's plenty of players on not just these two teams, but through the entire MAC. And there's some great matchups as well within the conference on this Saturday. Look at Western Michigan, who are 3-0, playing against a Northern Illinois team who are 0-3. That's got points written all over it. You've got Ball State and Toledo, both 2-1 coming into this game. That's, again, another fascinating matchup. There's NFL draft quality players on Miami of Ohio, for example. Tommy Doyle, the left tackle there. So there's plenty of players to watch, plenty of exciting action. And let's hope we get this game, because if not, we're going to have to focus on Oklahoma State, and that is not going to be such an entertaining and enthusiastic and positive storyline for me, because over the last few weeks, the Cowboys have really let me down. They've let the Cowboy Nation down. They've let the Big 12 as a conference down in terms of getting a college football playoff candidate from this conference, because there is no college football playoff candidate from the Big 12 anymore. And Oklahoma State, sitting at the top of the conference, have now gone and lost to Texas and Oklahoma in recent weeks, and that's put the kibosh on their chances. Iowa State, having lost early in the season to Louisiana, they're not going to be in that conversation, despite as impressive as they have been at times this season. So Oklahoma State is going to be a disappointment to anyone. But they have got a good matchup against Texas Tech this afternoon. Texas Tech's defense is absolutely awful. It's exactly what you need for a team like Oklahoma State, who offensively struggle to move the ball against Oklahoma. They struggle to stop anything defensively, and obviously Texas Tech have got the air raid offense, but they've struggled with Alan Bowman at quarterback. There's plenty of struggles in this matchup, but hopefully it'll be an Oklahoma State turnaround of sorts, and they need it. They need a win more than anything if they want to keep in contention for the Big 12 championship after this weekend.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's very unlikely now for Oklahoma State that they actually qualify for the Big 12 championship with the Iowa State win yesterday. Iowa State have almost certainly locked up their spot in there now, and with Oklahoma and Texas both holding head-to-head wins over Oklahoma State, it's going to be a tough one for the Cowboys to get into the championship game here. I actually think this is a real big upset alert game for Oklahoma State. Texas Tech can move the ball on offense, and we've seen just how much trouble Oklahoma State has had in the past few weeks putting up points. The run game behind Chuba Hubbard has been awful all year. Chuba Hubbard has not had a good year. The offensive line has been atrocious in the run game all year. You know, Chuba Hubbard could have come out last year and probably been in contention for that back end of the first round, early second round NFL draft pick, but he went back to school for his redshirt junior season, and his stock has just plummeted now, and he looks like a day 3 pick at the minute running behind that offensive line. Spencer Sanders has got one throw in him as the quarterback, and that is to wherever Tylan Wallace is. Even when Wallace is in triple coverage, he still likes to try and find his star receiver there. And whilst I like Wallace a lot, I think he's a really, really good player, this offense has just gone further and further downhill. And from what it could have been, I actually would go as far to say now that Mike Gundy is getting close to the hot seat there in Oklahoma State. We had all the controversy before the season with his the racial tensions that there are within that program, and if you're not winning, and it sounds so crass to say this, but it's how college football works. If you're not winning, then those types of things catch up to you as a coach. If you're winning, you've got almost carte blanche to do whatever you want, but when you stop winning, then things catch up, and it's not the way it should be, but it's the way it is. And it's just, for me, I think there could be some big changes coming in the Big 12 this off-season, and you could see Texas, Oklahoma State, and I think Iowa State looking for new head coaches, because I think Matty Campbell is well on his way to the NFL this off-season. But we're going to save that talk for a little bit later on when we have a little bit of a lull in some of the college games. I'm going to go back along the line in reverse order here. Which players are you looking forward to watching in this window outside of the ones we've just discussed? Mr. Hodgkinson, let's start with you.
To be honest, I think you look at Maryland against Indiana as a game that has got some incredible talent in there. I watched Indiana last week, and we watched Ty Freifogel absolutely destroy Sean Wade's NFL draft stock pass by pass. And he plays against a Maryland offense that got off to an absolute defense that got off to an absolute shocker in the season opener, but have been strong over the last 2 weeks in terms of grinding out results. So Ty Fryfogle on one side of the ball, and then freshman wide receiver Raheem Jarrett for Maryland with Baby Tua throwing to him. That's an incredible combination there. So there's some really good talent to watch in that Maryland-Indiana game. You look at Texas Tech, Oklahoma State. You mentioned Tylan Wallace. For a piece that I write every week for Pro Football Network, I focus on Tylan Wallace, and it's one of my favourite things to do because he is targeted so often. He is such a pivotal point of this Oklahoma State offense that you have to focus on him because it gives you so much to watch week in, week out. And then you look at SMU against East Carolina, and you're looking at Shane Buechele. We've mentioned Shane Buechele before. East Carolina defense is absolutely garbage, and Shane Buechele should have himself a day at East Carolina today.
Yeah, that's a pretty good roundup. Mr. Somerville, anyone in SEC action that you're particularly looking forward to watching?
Well, I'm going to stick with the games that I'm covering because I talked about the fact that Florida moved the ball about well across that offensive line, and Kadarius Toney is standing out a wide receiver. 42 receptions, over 500 yards, and 7 touchdowns. When the ball has been spread about that much, is making him stand out. And then in the run game, again they're using 3 running backs, but Dameon Pierce is definitely coming out as the lead back in the Florida offense, and he's had 345 yards and 3 touchdowns in the year, which, given that they're a team which throws the ball quite so much, just means that he's definitely showing that he's got some skills. On the other game. As I said at the start, Mizzou kind of promised much in the first couple of games of the season, and I think the schedule, frankly, has caught up with them. Plus, they've been unlucky with postponements and cancellations. But the 2 players that we thought would stick out for them have stood out for them, and Larry Roundtree and Nick Bolton are showing every much the players that we all thought they were going to be. So again, it's just good to watch these guys because these guys should go on to certainly Bolton should certainly go into a sterling NFL career.
Yeah, I like him a lot. He's a really, really good linebacker, I've got to say. Si, over to you. Which game are you looking forward to watching for us today? Or which players are you looking forward to watching in your game today?
Well, I mean, outside of Cade McNamara, I'd argue that I'm actually quite intrigued by a game in the ACC. I think NC State might be a little bit better than the record suggests. I think they're playing. They only lost by 3 points to Miami. It was one of the worst losses as well. But they've got 2 wins in a row now. They pipped Liberty last week, which Ollie will know all about. But they've got a running back duo there in Donovan Knight and Ricky Person who can move the ball. And I think those 2 are going to have an absolute day against Syracuse. I really do. So I think if you want to see an absolute walkover and 2 running backs really, really get fed, then those 2 guys in that game should be entertaining to watch.
Yeah, certainly. That game is on BT Sport. So, that game is on ESPN Player, not on BT Sport. On BT Sport, we have Michigan against Penn State in the early window. And then we've got some big games coming up later on. There's some big rivalry games this week. There's the Egg Bowl between Mississippi State and Ole Miss. You've got the Iron Bowl between Alabama and Auburn. Clemson, they face Pittsburgh in a game that has been relatively well contended in recent years. Pittsburgh are always physical against this Clemson team, and whilst they may not be so hot this year, they may not be playing quite so well this year, the return of Trevor Lawrence really makes that one to tune in for later on this evening. We also have Texas A&M against LSU, which is on BT Sport. I don't know why, because, well, LSU are trash and Texas A&M are worse. I'm still believing that as a Texas fan, okay? It's been a traumatic 24 hours.
In the college football playoff poll.
Yeah, I know. I've never seen anything worse in my life. The idea that they're better than Florida, I know they beat Florida early on in the year, but the idea that they have had a better season than the Gators is laughable, considering how good Florida has been in recent weeks and over the course of the whole season, really. Florida just lost to Texas A&M. Texas A&M got absolutely destroyed by Alabama. The quality of your loss should matter. But we're going to get into a lot of committee talk later on because we have our own rankings guy in Oliver Hodgkinson over there who does a phenomenal job with his college football top 25 every week for the touchdown. So we're gonna make sure we have some great college rankings talk. I know Ollie's a bit pissed off that BYU are as low as they are in the committee's rankings this week, and I think that's a sentiment that comes across to all of us. So there'll certainly be some CFP ranking talks, and with Notre Dame picking up a really big win yesterday against the University of North Carolina, there's not a lot now standing in their way between them getting a spot in those semi-finals. So there's going to be some big conversations to be had later on the show. Now we're coming up pretty close to 5 o'clock and some of these games kicking off. But before we get there, let's talk a little bit about that game yesterday. Notre Dame had a key game against UNC in this one last night. It was on BT Sport for those of you that missed it. Notre Dame ran out comfortable winners in the end, 31-17 in this one. And really it was the Notre Dame defense that ran the show in this one. They held what is a top 10 offense of UNC to just 17 points. They shut down the 2 star running backs of North Carolina, and they sacked star quarterback Sam Howell 6 times in this one. When you've got a defense that's this aggressive and this dominant, Ollie, can you go all the way?
Well, I mean, the old cliche goes: offense wins games and defense wins championships. And if last night's performance by the Notre Dame defense is anything to go by, then unfortunately for me, having spent a lot of the season talking about Notre Dame being overrated by all and sundry, I will have to eat a big slice of humble pie and say that Notre Dame are a team that could potentially go all the way. Last night was an interesting one because early on it looked like Notre Dame couldn't stop the North Carolina offense. They ran 14-14 very early on. Sam Howell seemed to be able to have his way through the air, or certainly for himself on the ground. You mentioned Javonte Williams and Michael Carter not having banner night last night, but early on Sam Howell was able to do bits with his legs. He was making a lot of plays in the passing game, and you thought, well, this is going to be the shootout between a team with a terrible defense in North Carolina and a fantastic offense that we might have expected out of these two teams. And North Carolina really looked like they had the potential to pull off what would have been a shock, But as the game progressed, the Notre Dame defense just really impressed their dominance on North Carolina, and Kyron Williams got 124 yards, was it, and 2 touchdowns. He's been that Notre Dame offense. Ian Book's getting a lot of clamour as a Heisman contender, and when you're the quarterback of a team that is performing in the way that Notre Dame are, they have got the longest active winning streak in college football. When you're the quarterback of that team, you are going to be the guy that gets the Heisman conversation. But if we're not looking at Kyron Williams as a Heisman contender, we're looking at it wrong, because that guy is the focal point of that offense. He's used that Notre Dame offensive line that, even without a couple of starting guys last night, was magnificent. They are a Joe Moore award-winning offensive line in waiting. There's not many offensive lines in college football better than that. You look at BYU, their offensive line's been fantastic. Alabama have got some great players on their offensive line. Oklahoma historically has had a fantastic offensive line. There are several lines this season that are in contention for the Joe Moore Award, but I think the Notre Dame one, led by Liam Eichenberg, is the best in college football this year. And Kyron Williams has got behind that line, and just every game he's just been phenomenal. And it's not as phenomenal as the fact that I've got Kent State Buffalo actually working. We have a stream for Kent State Buffalo. We have today. But Kyron Williams should be heading the Heisman talk, and Notre Dame are going to be in the college football championship conversation.
I have got just quickly. I have a real issue with this. Ian Book should be in the Heisman Trophy conversation after the performance last night because Sam Howell actually outplayed him in that game, and if you'd have put Sam Howell into the Notre Dame offense with his offensive line, with the weapons available to him there, then Sam Howell would have run up 50, 60, 70 points against this UNC defense, who are not very good. This is a defense that conceded 44 points to Virginia, 45 points to Virginia Tech, 31 points to Florida State, 53 points to Wake Forest, and Notre Dame only came in with the best offensive line in the nation, one of the best running backs in the nation, supposedly a Heisman Trophy candidate at quarterback, two or three really good athletes at wide receiver, which they have every year, and only put up 31 points. That to me, that doesn't say Heisman Trophy contender at quarterback. It just doesn't. And maybe people are going to accuse me of, just being salty because Notre Dame are being successful, and I've made it very clear that I'm not a huge fan of them. But I don't get it. For me, there are some analysts that are really opening themselves out as, oh, who's the quarterback on a winning team? They should be the Heisman Trophy contender, as opposed to that's the best quarterback on a winning team. The best performing quarterback whose team are doing pretty well, he should win the Heisman Trophy. Or even the best performing player on a team that's doing well and is still undefeated, they should be in the Heisman Trophy race.
We had this debate right at the start of the season, Alex. Do you remember? Because we thought this was the year that a wide receiver could win the Heisman, or someone who came out of left field. As we know, disappointingly, it always comes down to who's the best quarterback on the best team kind of idea, right? But I'm with you on this. I have to say, I thought Ian Book had a tremendous game last night. To be perfectly honest, I think he drove his team forward. I think he in that second half. I thought he showed true leadership as the captain of that team and brought it forward. But is Ian Book now in the running of a Heisman competition because of that one game? No, he's not, as far as I'm concerned. And as you rightly point out, there's a number of other players that stand out. But if we're back to the quarterback winning the Heisman Trophy, then I'm sorry, I'm kind of banging on the same drum that it was before. In any other season, Mac Jones would win this, but it's the quarterback at Florida who's frankly running away with it. And no one can tell me that Ian Book's having even remotely a comparable season to Kyle Trask at this moment in time.
No, he's not. He's not, George. You're right. And
guys, sorry, let me stop you. Kent State have kicked. The game's just kicked off. Kent State have kicked to Buffalo, and Jarrett Patterson has broke to the left. Big hole opened up for him, and he's gone a full, let's call it 65 yards. Looks like he's going to make it into the end zone, just stop short of his 2-yard line. This is the guy we're talking about before the start of this game. Jarrett Patterson is an absolute phenom of a running back in college football, and Buffalo are in a position to take the lead. They have a touchdown. It's 6-0 to Buffalo. It's not actually Patterson after. Bear with me. Sorry. Of course, technical issues have dogged us in the build-up, and they've dogged me now as well.
Oh well,
just give him a little taster, and you can't.
What a start that is! I know we've said
it's
over
definitely
the start.
6-0 Buffalo. Anyway, I'll give you that.
We said when this started that Jarrett Patterson was going to be a guy to watch today, and he has started with an absolute bang. Let's go back to side. What you were just talking about, Ian Book there.
I just wanted to finish off and say that Ian Book. I was with George. I thought he had a great game yesterday. I think he's more of a leader than he is maybe like a naturally gifted quarterback like Kyle Trask is. But I think Notre Dame, Brian Kelly, they deserve credit. I know none of us really enamoured with Notre Dame, but they've had, since the Clemson win, they've had a couple of potential banana skins they could really have tanked and they haven't, and they've looked strong doing it. And I know yesterday, after the first 2 touchdowns, they only could see 3 points the whole game to North Carolina, who we're all fond of, and we all think that, they can put points on the board comfortably and easily. This was a big win for them, and maybe it's time we start taking them seriously, because quite frankly, even if they win out now, and even if they lose to Clemson in the ACC game, they're probably going to the playoffs now, which because that's as good a loss as you can get, and you've already beaten the same team. I don't think see how they can leave them out, even if they lose that game now. So now, if you weren't looking for a team like maybe Cincinnati to get in, everyone's hoping that Notre Dame beats Clemson in the ACC championship game, because otherwise 2 teams possibly going from the ACC, and that basically wipes out any chance of a Group of 5 team getting there.
Yeah, I think the Group of Five's challenge is over now that Notre Dame won this game, just because the committee's got the path to putting in either a 1-loss Clemson, or if Florida comes out and wins the SEC championship game against Alabama, a 1-loss Alabama in. And it could get really weird, and you could see if Alabama and Notre Dame both lose their conference championship games, then we're going to have some frightful conversations. But yeah, there's some interesting outcomes potentially going. We are underway in a lot of the games so far. So Syracuse, North Carolina is underway. The Syracuse Orange have the ball in that one. Vanderbilt, Missouri is underway. The Tigers have the ball there. In the Oklahoma State Texas Tech game, the Red Raiders have the ball in that one. Down in the Indiana Maryland game, Maryland have the ball and they are in the red zone of Indiana in this one. Number 12 ranked Indiana coming into this game against a Maryland team that have been off for a little while, but are definitely an interesting outfit. They've got the ball here and they've just driven down the field on this Indiana defense that famously intercepted Justin Fields 3 times last week. So that's certainly going to be an interesting game to watch there. Some high-powered offense and a very, very good defense. We're also underway in the Michigan-Penn State game. It looks like Penn State are going to start off with the ball there.
Well, just a quick one, Al. Sean Clifford actually starts for Penn State, so that's one question answered. No, so alluding to your Michigan defense under Don Brown, 2016 best in the nation, 17 third best, 18 second best, 19 dropped to 11th best this year, 92nd best. That's a huge, huge drop off for Michigan. There's serious issues down there.
Touchdown Missouri. Larry Roundtree's just run the ball into the end zone, so Missouri, I think Missouri actually turned the ball over from Vandy, so not the best start for Vanderbilt. And as we've again on the 5 p.m. slate, I think this is 3 weeks in the bounds that we've been able to watch a Vanderbilt game. Last 2 weeks, I think they've fought really hard, but it just shows you it's a bit of a struggle for the Commodores, to be honest. So 7-0 down with 3 minutes gone. On
Larry Roundtree, that guy might be one of the more underrated players knocking around college football this season. He's a Senior Bowl invite, so he'll have an opportunity to really impress down in Mobile in January. But yeah, one of the more underrated guys, I think, that people aren't talking about this year.
I think people, after the first couple of games, all they expected Mizzou to actually, kind of not pull away, but be better than they were. And when you're, as we just talked about, when you're in a winning team, your players get promoted more. And I think he's really kind of suffered as a result of the fact that the schedule is a shocker. We know that Arkansas and Mizzou had the worst schedules. And as a result, he's kind of dipped back into the background, unfortunately. But he's a great player.
I think we've talked about this in years gone past. Certainly over the last couple of years, we've been the three of us doing the College Chaps podcast. When it comes to NFL draft season, you look at some prospects and you get down to the nitty gritty of watching their film. You think, well, they've actually been hidden by a bad team. I looked at Houston offensive tackle Josh Jones last year, and Houston they had all those problems through the season. And I think Josh Jones kind of got lost in a lot of that, and in the end, ended up getting drafted in the 3rd round, if I remember rightly, by Arizona. But he was a guy that when he got to Mobile, when he got to the Senior Bowl, he really turned it on, and he looked like a guy that you're thinking, well, where have we not seen this guy all season long? So yeah, I think when you have a team that are playing poorly and are losing games, it's very difficult to. It's very easy to overlook some of these guys who are really, really talented.
Yeah, no, I'd certainly agree with you there. Just a quick update: Maryland missed the field goal that they went for in the Indiana red zone, so that is He's off. Let's go over to Simon Carroll here. He's shaking his head. There must have been a turnover already.
No, not quite. Even more funny than that. We had a cheeky little slant pass from Clifford to Parker Washington, and two Michigan defenders tackled themselves, which was pretty indicative just how well this game's going to go, I think. But yeah, Kayvon Lee, the freshman running back, who's third in the depth chart, but he seems to be getting more and more carries each week based on what I saw from 2 weeks ago. He's definitely the lead back in this one so far.
Terry Wilson, quarterback at Kentucky, just got sacked on the 45-yard line. And by the time that Zachary Carter had finished with him, he was on his 35-yard line. I think it's going to take him a while to get back up from that. To be honest, it's quite a hit. The quarterback position at Kentucky is interesting because Joey Gatewood got a start, but really didn't make much with it. So back to Terry Wilson at quarterback.
Yeah, this was a program that was sort of sneaky underrated, or ranked as sneaky underrated by a lot of people coming into the year, and it's not really happened for them this year, has it, so far?
I think they expected a lot from Joey Gatewood, and of course the transfer took so long to be approved by the NCAA and the SEC. It seemed like years to approve that transfer. But he didn't start the season, and then obviously when he got his chance, he hasn't really taken it. So I do like Wilson, to be honest. I think he's a very mobile quarterback.
He certainly is. Si, have you got something going on in your game over there?
We're in the red zone. We're moving the ball down to the 5-yard line, 2nd and 4, I think it is, with Kayvon Lee. Unless unless your feed's quite a bit further on than mine, Al. I thought Michigan might kill these guys, but maybe Penn State looking at a bit of clock management here, keep the ball on the ground and just punish. Oh, there it is. It's a touchdown. Kayvon Lee just absolutely ghosted through that defensive line. It was just a massive gap, and there wasn't even there was anybody in close to try and get to him. There was great offensive line play. It was just easy. He could have walked backwards into there without getting touched. This is 10 plays, 75 yards in 4 minutes and 10 seconds. So that's the first touchdown on the board. 6-0, looking like 7 with the extra point.
Nice, yeah. And for Michigan, losing Aiden Hutchinson mid-season has just killed that defensive line. Yeah, this was a guy that we thought could sneak into the first round, possibly, of the NFL draft. He's playing really, really well. And as I think he tore his Achilles, so it's quite a bad injury for him. And we'll have to see where that comes. Just an update, Ball State have taken the lead 6-0, pending the extra point against Toledo.
I've got eyes up on that game, and quarterback Drew Pitt's gone 4 of 4 and then snuck in the end zone himself for the touchdown there.
Very nice, very nice. Oklahoma State in the red zone against Texas Tech as well. We'll bring you any score updates from that one. Looking across, this has been a great week. It almost feels to me like a 3-day weekend because of the amount of football that we had yesterday, where we had a 5 o'clock game, a couple of half 8 games as well, and then a late game. We've talked about the game in the middle. Let's go to the late game a little bit and talk about Oregon State shocking their big brother there in Eugene. Oregon State wins Civil War with a last-minute quarterback sneak. Chance Nolan taking his first snap as a college football player, came in for the injured starting quarterback there at Oregon State, and in his first snap, takes a QB sneak in for 6 points, wins the rivalry game for Oregon State in a huge upset after a 22-point fourth quarter, brings them back and takes them over Oregon, who, they drop another disappointing loss for Oregon in a season where they could possibly make the college football playoff. I know it was a huge outside shot, but losing this game is just going to absolutely end any chances that they had.
Yeah, I watched this game. The first thing I thought was how disgraceful the kick combos was. That's the first thing I always check. Orange versus yellow. But then I thought, actually, practical. I don't know if you watch any Premier League football and you see the away kits, they're all very striking, aren't they? They do that. In fog, ideal. It was like bin men coming around to take all your rubbish out. But the game was ridiculously good. It was phenomenal. Jamar Jefferson, I think, deserves a lot of credit. I think this is a running back I've had on my radar for a couple of years now. He had a down year last year, but absolutely torched Oregon in this one. Bit naughty, wasn't it? The old injury to Tristan Gebbia, the quarterback for Oregon State. I thought he had a good game as well. Really nice touch on deep passes. But yeah, he went for the quarter sneak on the play before the young guy came in. And some defender for Oregon, I think it was Verone McKinley, a safety, was yanking his leg way after the whistle. So there's all kinds kicking off, saying that Oregon needs to be punished retrospectively regarding that because he got up and hobbled off. But yeah, I think it was a big time win for Oregon State. Maybe a tone setting win. That takes them to 2-2, and it's another one of the Pac-12 teams out there. Very slim chance anyway, but already out the running. So who's that leaving?
Oh, gentlemen.
USC?
Gentlemen.
Let's go over to Mr. Hodgkinson.
Well, let me rewind a minute or two to where Kent State had their first offensive drive of the game, and Buffalo defensive end Malcolm Kuntz, who's another guy who's got Senior Bowl invite. He was career high in single game high in sacks against Kent State last season, and he opened up his account on the very first Kent State drive of the game with a sack. Kent State had to turn it over to Buffalo, and not very long after, Jared Patterson, with the ball in his hand, has absolutely walked all the way through the Kent State defensive line for his second rushing touchdown of the game. 14-0 Buffalo. And it's going to take something special from Dustin Crum and the Kent State offense to come back into this, because Buffalo are just running away with it early doors with that man, Jared Patterson.
Love it. Running away with it. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Touchdown Florida. Kyle Pitts makes a return after coming back into the side. Kyle to Kyle. We're back to normal routine.
Nice. Love Kyle Pitts. He's my tight end one. I know Ollie doesn't agree with me, but for me, he's the best receiving threat in the nation in this upcoming NFL draft. There is no one better than him in the red zone, and he's showing it this year, putting up some absolute monster numbers in this Florida offense. Now, NC State have gone up 6-0 against Syracuse, just pending the extra point on that one. We expect them to win that game pretty handily in that one. Something happened in the Oklahoma State game. I'm going to check that one out because they were in the red zone, but they are now no longer in the red zone, and it is still 0-0, so let's look at the play-by-play here.
I'm kind of struggling a little bit in the Vanderbilt game. A player who has really stood out last couple of games is Kevon Henry Brooks, the running back. And as we've seen a lot in football this season, the running backs, kind of being a quasi-wide receiver. Well, anyway, he took a really hard hit there. Initially it looked quite innocuous that they went to quite a long ad break. I think he might have been out. The replays show that really it was a helmet to helmet, but there seems to be no suggestion of targeting. And if that's the case, then I'm really struggling with that, because one, the ball was nowhere near him, and two, it was quite clearly helmet to helmet. So, but it doesn't look as if there's been any. Certainly was no penalty. So I'm kind of struggling a little bit with why that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I know I'm not the only one who just hates to see those kind of hits. It's just not on. If you're, some of these hits, these guys they're fully grown men and they're flying at one another helmet first. It just doesn't. It's just not safe, and we need to. That is certainly something that needs to be addressed. I mean, the targeting rule in itself isn't perfect, but I'd much rather them over officiate it and keep people safe than under officiate it. Some scores have been going in all around the grounds. East Carolina up 7-0 against SMU. That would be a huge upset if that was to hold. Somehow I doubt it will. Northern Illinois, they're up 3-0 against Western Michigan. In that game, Ohio take the lead over Bowling Green in what is very much an old school rivalry game there in the Ohio Valley. They lead 7-0 to the Ohio Bobcats against the Bowling Green Falcons. And any other scores? I think that is it for now.
My game, no surprise, came out tomorrow. Got the start for Michigan. Looking quite sparky, as you'd expect. Hit Ronnie Bell a couple of times already. Running back is Hassan Haskins, who again low down the depth chart, so they're making a bit of a change there. Going to the freshman who took a wildcat snap, and I don't really know why, because it never seems to work, and got stuffed in the backfield. But interesting thing about Caden McNamara, I know you want to talk about these quarterback changes in a couple of teams. But there's a story about him going to like Jordan Palmer's quarterback camp when he was a kid, and Jordan Palmer took one look at him and told his parents to take him away. He wasn't good enough. He wasn't big enough. He wasn't ready enough. And the dad refused, saying, "Now this kid's he'll work hard. He'll listen to every word you say. He's got moxie. He'll prove you wrong." And he did. And Jordan Palmer said he was the most improved, most kind of, what's the word? He was like the most mature quarterback he's ever coached. And lo and behold, it's taken a while, but now he's in the game, and he really is moving this offense. 3rd and 3, just over halfway. He looks like he's a senior. He looks that good already. So all it takes sometimes is just a bit of a change to get a team spark, and Michigan certainly need that.
Yeah, I mean, I did want to bring this up because Cade McNamara is a 4-star freshman there at Michigan. He's obviously been in the building all year, and I know with COVID we've had there's been a lot of disruptions. Maybe the staff there at Michigan hadn't seen the practice time to really have any confidence in him. But we've also seen quite a similar situation at Georgia, where last week the new quarterback came in, and I must admit I'm blanking on his name. The guy transferred over from USC. JT Daniels, that's it. And he's been healthy but hasn't played all year. Same with McNamara. These are two offenses that have struggled at times this year, especially in big games. And as soon as JT Daniels took the reins for Georgia last week, they looked an entirely different team on offense. They look far, far better than they have done all season. It's the same with Cade McNamara there at Michigan in last week's game. And what I've got to say is these two coaches in Kirby Smart and Jim Harbaugh are supposed to be some of the premier coaches in college football, but they cannot even properly decide on who's the most talented quarterback on the roster. And that for me, that's a huge blight on them, on their offensive coaching staff, because it's one thing to not be very good, but to not be very good because you haven't picked the right kid to go in and play, that's just another level of incompetence.
I think at Georgia AC, obviously that's been a bit of a circus this year with Jamie Newman, opting out. And then them going with a succession of quarterbacks, which ended up with Stetson Bennett. I think they've kind of been forced to put Daniels in, to be honest. I think Kirby Smart had concerns over the knee. I don't think he wanted to start him straight away and then find out that the knee didn't last up. He was a bit critical of Daniels at the start in practice, which always gave you this almost Nick Saban-esque in that he's not going to get a game. It doesn't really matter. Certainly when he came out, he showed it. Listen, he showed this at USC. If it hadn't been for that injury, he'd have been. We would never heard of Caden Slovis, frankly, because he was the man at USC, and it was the injury that gave Slovis the chance. So I wonder whether at Georgia they've really been forced to do it because Bennett just his start just tailed off and really turned out not to be the quarterback we thought he might be.
Yeah, the Georgia offense looked so much better last week with JT Daniels under center. So for me, that goes against the coach in my opinion. But anyway, we'll move around the ground. Some updates for you. Georgia State have taken a 3-0 lead against Georgia Southern. In that game there, you've got Ohio now lead 14-0 against Bowling Green in that Ohio Valley derby game there. Northern Illinois, note that's still 3-0. They missed the field goal in that game. And we'll go from there. Ollie, have you got anything to tell us about in your game?
Got a field goal for Kent State. It's 14-3. Dustin Crum, who we talked about Dustin Crum on our show last week about his lack of interceptions that he's had this season and last season. We put him in the same category as Justin Fields, who then went and threw 3 interceptions in the game just minutes after we'd been talking about Fields and Crum and their decision making. He's been better with his feet than his arms so far this afternoon, Dustin Crum. A couple of balls that he's put into dodgy coverage, a fumbled opportunity and an interception from Buffalo safety Corey Gross. but he's drove him down the field predominantly with his legs, but he couldn't pick it up himself on 3rd and 3, and Kent State were forced to kick the field goal. So it's 14-3. Buffalo, the Bulls certainly looking like the better of the two teams at the top of the MAC today.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we thought was going to happen in this game as well, wasn't it, Ollie? You know, Buffalo were favourites coming into it, and they've got slightly more pedigree in this matchup. So
You're actually,
we could have a big play. I didn't quite see if it's going to stand or not. It looks like a scoop and score to me for Michigan defense. Welcome to 2020. Here we go. Just a simple drop back from Sean Clifford, who was looking for his man Parker Washington again. I don't know if he caught it and fumbled it, if he just hit the ground. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to wait for the replay on that one. But yeah, big time play for the Michigan defense. Someone can find out which cornerback it was for you. Jamon Green. Here we go. Oh, he did catch it, yeah. Knee's down, I think. I think he's going to get away with this one. Knee is down before the ball comes out. You can scratch that. Michigan still toilet defense. No problem.
I mean, after the horrific call in the Texas game yesterday, who knows what a catch is anymore. Anyway, Western Michigan have scored a touchdown against Northern Illinois. They lead 7-3 in that one. Who were we talking to before that? I was talking to Ollie.
We've got a field goal at Missouri. Unfortunately, it's for Missouri, so Mizzou now go. I was going to say they go 10 up, but he must have. No, it's going to break. I think he might have missed it. I was so taken by the fact that it wasn't a Vanderbilt field goal. I'll come back to you.
George Kamara strikes again for us there in the Missouri game.
This is so close, Al, this potential turnover. He's getting dragged to the floor and he rolls over the defender, but his knee, it looks like the top part of his shin, but does his knee actually touch? Because that's the millimetres difference here. Because if it never touches, then the ball's well out before he rolls over the body of the other defender. It's still hard to tell. I think it's the side of his leg, his lower leg, rather than. I'm not sure if that knee's down or not. This might stand if it's too hard to overturn, too close for the call. But there'll be a huge momentum change for Michigan, who literally, just as we were extolling the virtues of Cade McNamara, he went and turned the ball over on downs with a 4th and 3 incomplete. So that's a classic curse there. But the referees are at the video now watching it. It's a very, very tight one, this.
Oh, touchdown Texas Tech in their game. They lead Oklahoma State 7-0. The Red Raiders coming out with a potential upset here. I flagged this one in our game picks in the preview for this one. I fully expected to come in and probably be wrong, but at the minute, the Texas Tech Red Raiders lead 7-0 there against Oklahoma State. I'm just going to get you the name of the guy that scored the touchdown for you once my system works.
That way the lights changed to red.
Yeah, I changed. You got to.
It was
Sir Roderick Thompson with the rushing touchdown. There, he runs in 59-yard rushing touchdown for Sir Roderick Thompson. Sounds like he should be a knight in the Middle Ages. He's actually a running back for Texas Tech. They lead 7-0 there against Oklahoma State.
I wouldn't have thought there was too many people in Texas called Roderick, to be perfectly honest.
No, it's Sir Roderick. So it's S-A, big S, little A, then big R, Roderick Thompson.
Oh, that's even better. That's brilliant. I love it. We need to catalog these names. We need to have an end of the year best college football name of the year.
Penn State got away with that, Al, by the way. Cole was overturned on the field.
Penn State have been getting away for criminal things ever since the early 2000s.
Well, I mean, it was touch and go. I'm not going to say this is in the same league as any of those, Al. I'm not going to go that far. But they've still got the football. Kayvon Lee pretty much is the bell cow right now. They just got over halfway.
SMU is on upset alert. East Carolina now leads 13-0 in that game, pending an extra point try. They have come out and flipped the form book here in this game. Most people expected Shane Buechele and the SMU team there to be coming into this 7-2 against the 2-6 Eastern Carolina Pirates, and Holton Atlas has started really, really well. He's just thrown a touchdown to Blake Prohl to make it 14-0 in this one. Keaton Mitchell getting the first touchdown with a 10-yard run up the middle, and I tell you what, this is going to be a big game. If SMU can't come back and win this, it's a really, really big win for the Eastern Carolina program. Potential upsets all over the board so far today. Indiana is in for their first touchdown of the day. They lead 7-0 against Maryland in that one. I believe it was Stevie Scott III with his 3-yard touchdown run. He has 14 yards on the day and 7 rushes, so not really all that efficient so far from Indiana, but they've managed to brute force their way into the end zone, so they lead that one 7-0.
There's been a touchdown in the Ball State game, and Drew Pitts is absolutely dialing it up for the Ball State offense against Toledo. Remember, both of these teams 2-1 coming in. Drew Pitts finds his wide receiver right in the back of the end zone, and Ball State looked like they were running away with this one early on.
Nice, some Cardinals action there as they lead 14-0.
We had last week. We had Pat Fryermuth missed a game for Penn State, and there was rumours he should be back for this one, but it's just come up on the screen. He's got a season-ending knee injury now, which is well, I mean, this season's gone anyway for Penn State, but that was a bit of a shame for one of the best tight ends in college football, guy who we expect to see a lot of potentially in the NFL. His backup Brenton Strange, which I think it's not the craziest name, but it's still a good name. Brenton Strange, you won't want to mess around with him. He's picked up the mantle and getting a few passes already from Sean Clifford.
Nice, yeah, that is a shame because he's a really, really good player down there. Syracuse have scored a touchdown against NC State. They're an extra point away from leveling that one up at 7 apiece in that game. And they have leveled it up now, so it looks like it was a kick return touchdown. So NC State go up 7-0. Zonovan Knight rushes up for a 7-yard touchdown. They kick off, and Trevor Pena returns the kickoff, 98 yards for the touchdown. Ooh, that is a big play. Syracuse are going to need a couple of those if they're going to get off their 1-8 record here against 6-3 NC State in this one. But big play for Syracuse. They are back level at 7-all in that one. Oh,
I think there might be a 12-man on the field flag here. I'm just going to quick look, or maybe not. I think it's illegal motion, so they got away with it. But Michigan's defense is laughable right now. The two players pelting it off the pitch when they realise they have 13 of them on the field mere moments before Penn State's at the football. They can't stop it. They can't stop him at all on the ground. Kayvon Lee is absolutely dominating. I think he's over 50 yards already. I think they're in the red zone just about now.
Nice.
But maybe settling for a field goal here. Sorry.
My favourite moment of Thursday night's NFL Thanksgiving games was former Texas defensive lineman Charles Omenihu for the Texans running up, trying to get off the field because they had 13 men on the field. Knew he wasn't going to get off in time, so barely 3 or 4 meters from the sideline, dropped down clutching his hamstring as if he'd pulled his hamstring. And then the refs called the injury timeout. He proceeded to get up, walk over to the sideline, and the cameras caught him about 30 seconds later, beaming on the sideline because he'd managed to avoid his team getting flagged on that play. So one of the funnier moments of the NFL season this last Thursday night, and it was from a former Longhorn. So, gotta love Charles. He's a great guy.
Sorry to dominate the airways again, but this Jamon Green guy, he almost had a scoop and score. He's making plays. He just got his fingers on the field goal block, and Penn State have missed it, so it's still 7-0.
Nice. The Michigan defense making plays so far in this one. The offense doesn't seem to be doing much to help them. Oklahoma State is in the red zone of their game against Texas Tech. They're looking to level that one up. We haven't really seen much there. Some big games to come later on, and when we return, we will preview those games. We are going to take a quick break. It'll be about 1 to 2 minutes in this one, just to stretch our legs, fill up some water bottles, and get going there. So we will be right back. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because this College Football Saturday will roll on. Welcome back to College Football Live. We're going to go straight over to the hairy one over there, Mr. Oliver Hodgkinson. What's happening in your game, sir?
Like any good sporting event, the minute that you turn your back and you go to the toilet, there's action. Dustin Crumb's been absolutely dealing in this drive for Kent State. Had some big pass plays to Isaiah McCoy that was pulled back with a flag, and then another big chunk of game to Jay Sean Polk. But Crumb's found tight ends Chris Leach. Very simple little pass over the middle into the end zone. Chris Leach's first receiving touchdown of the season, and Kent State have come back in this one. It's 14-7 Buffalo. We've got a game.
14-10 or 14-7?
14-10.
14-10 to Buffalo.
Let's go with field goal.
Let's go down to... Well, I'm going to go to site in 1 second. Just to update you, Oklahoma State, they scored a touchdown, so they leveled it up against Texas Tech. And SMU have pulled a touchdown back in their game against East Carolina. They are losing 14-7. Georgia Southern have scored a touchdown. They lead Georgia State 7-3. And I think that is it for updates across here. Let's go to Mr. Simon Carroll.
First play of the drive for Michigan, and Hassan Haskins just goes for 60 yards, absolutely breaks out the right-hand side. He's just another 4 yards down. They're knocking on the door here, Michigan, for the first score of the game. This kid can run. He's looking good. Yes, simple play. Try ISO, just a nice little jump cut up to the right-hand side. Caught. I thought he was going all the way, to be honest, but yeah, managed to grab a shoelace tackle and about to punch it in, I think, here, Michigan.
Nice. Yeah, this freshman class of running backs is really talented. You know, we've seen Bijan Robinson look really, really good in very, very limited snaps for Texas, and, well, his limited usage could end up getting Tom Herman fired. Hassan Haskins has looked pretty good for Michigan. You know, we haven't seen an awful lot of Zach Evans, who was the sort of 1B to Bijan Robinson's 1A in the recruiting class this last year. But, you know, so definitely some interesting plays there. There's been a big interception in the Maryland-Indiana game. Maryland were driving and they were close to the Indiana red zone when the Tualaya Tagovailoa comes back, throws the ball behind his receiver, who stretches a hand out to try and catch it. All he ends up doing is batting it up in the air for the Indiana middle linebacker to catch it, and that was a touchdown. If he puts that on his receiver, it's a touchdown. He doesn't. He puts it slightly behind, and it's an interception. Mr. Carroll, we are going back to you.
Yeah, they punched it in. Hassan Haskins with a 4-yard run, take it over the line. This game's being dominated by these two young running backs at the moment. Both teams leaning on the running game. Came out the Mara, took an absolute wallop from Jaquan Brisker on their second down. So he didn't look too happy when he got back up. And we're not yet to see him really take a big shot or anything like that. But looking better this Michigan offense, certainly than the previous iteration. So 7-0.
Yes, and the scores are starting to roll in now all around, and the big plays seem to be happening. Two teams in the red zone at the minute. Northern Illinois, they're losing 7-3, but they're in the red zone against Western Michigan. They have 3rd and goal from the Western Michigan 12-yard line. And Bowling Green are in the red zone as well. They look like they're going to be kicking a field goal from the Ohio 15-yard line, and we'll let you know the outcomes on both of those games. Whew. Good start already so far to this window. We've got, there's only one game currently that isn't, two games that aren't one-score games. So Bowling Green did kick that field goal. They are down 14-3 against Ohio. And Ball State lead 14-0 against Toledo. But around the rest of the grounds, every other game is a one-score game. The 3 games that our guys are watching are all one-score games. And I think I'm going to go over to Mr. Somerville next. What's happening in your game?
Well, Kentucky just forced a fumble against Florida and tries to put the ball in the hands of the wide receiver Shorter, who got clattered by 3 Kentucky players. So the ball came out and they did rule it a fumble and a recovery. So Kentucky now on the 23-yard line. Let's see what Terry Wilson can do with it. It has been Florida have had a lot of the ball in this. We're now into second quarter. Kentucky really haven't had a chance to show terribly much what they can do. It's been a lot of Florida without them converting any chances. But say Kentucky now on the 20-yard line.
There's a flag on the play, but Jared Patterson's just rips off another. It must have been about a 40-yard run for a touchdown. There's a flag on the play. Let's just see what that's for. But this guy's an absolute animal, guys. He's not a big guy, 5'9". Best part of, well, not even 200 pounds, 195 pounds, but he's got strength, he's got speed, everything that you want. And it is a touchdown. They give a touchdown. I don't know what the flag was for still to this minute, but it's Buffalo 20, Kent State 10. That's 3 rushing touchdowns for Jared Patterson. I'll get you the yardage in a second. It looks like 42-yard touchdown, which takes him up near 150 yards. And we're not even at the second quarter yet.
Al, just a quick one. Cade McNamara got back up off that big hit from Jaquan Brisker and gave the ball to Hassan Haskins to tie the game. But he's being looked at on the sidelines. There's a bit of worry about him. He's holding his chest. It was a brutal hit. Helmet's off at the moment. He's got up. He's hobbling. He's not really hobbling, but he's hunched over like he's hurting his chest a little bit. So, be interested to see who comes out on the next drive.
Ollie, interesting thing to watch today. Jarrett Patterson has 3 first quarter rushing touchdowns. The NCAA record is 8 in a single game. Any chance we see him beat that today?
I tell you what, yeah. I mean, you have to think that Buffalo probably at some point he'd already been taken out for a couple of plays, and backup running back Kevin Marks had seen the field. So you kind of think Buffalo won't go stat chasing, but 3 in the first quarter is not a bad way to start. Let's be honest. And the Kent State rushing defense, it wasn't great coming into this game. We're allowing 177 yards per game, and Jared Patterson's nearly single-handedly obliterated that just in this first quarter. This first quarter alone, the guy's an absolute monster.
He certainly is that. One of the best players out and around at the minute to watch. An incredible player.
Interesting point to know. Sorry to interrupt you there, Al, but interesting point to know. We talked about offensive lines prior to kickoffs, and we talked about Kyron Williams' success at Notre Dame behind that offensive line. Buffalo's offensive line, and let's, granted, the MAC's a little bit later behind nearly all the conferences except the Pac-12, but Buffalo hasn't allowed a sack on quarterback Kyle Van Treese this season. And obviously, Jared Patterson's just getting behind that, and some of those guys on that offensive line should be starting to garner some attention as well.
Yeah, they certainly should. Usually, when you have a running back that's dominating this much, you have to then look at the offensive lineman as well, and even the play caller. I think that the play calling and the coaching here in Buffalo has been really, really good this year. And they're going to keep getting recommendations, and they're going to keep getting some help and some appreciation. Let's go around the grounds again quickly. Eastern Carolina score another touchdown, so they lead SMU 21-7 here at the end of the first quarter. That's an incredible scoreline in that one. NC State are in for another touchdown against Syracuse. They lead 13-7. With the extra points still to come in that game. Ohio have scored another touchdown. They lead 21-3 against Bowling Green. They're only a touchdown away from the infamous Falcons scoreline. Sorry, Willow, if you're watching. Northern Illinois, they have scored a touchdown. They lead 10-7 against Western Michigan in that game. That looks like another MAC stunner of a game over there in that conference. Stuff happening all over the place. This is the most games that we've ever covered in a single College Football Live sitting. So if it seems like I'm a little bit rushed in this one, well, I probably am. So I apologise for that right now. But let's get over this. Certainly a lot of stuff that we can talk about. Georgia Southern just goes in and gets another touchdown. They lead Georgia State 14-3. Right, George, let's talk about the Iron Bowl later on. You're an Alabama fan. It's live on BT Sport at 8:30. I'm not sure exactly which BT Sport channel, but it's on BT Sport at 8:30 today in the UK. Alabama ranked number 1 overall. You've got Auburn, who are ranked in the mid to late 20s. I haven't got the exact number. I think it's 22 that they are ranked. 7-0 Alabama faces 5-2 Auburn. This is a game where obviously Auburn coming off the win last year in that one. In what was an incredible game. Can this one live up to the hype?
I think it can. We talk a lot about rivalry games and the potential for upsets or crazy games or whatever. The Iron Bowl serves up more than its fair share of that. And I was looking at a stat today, and in Nick Saban's last 6 conference losses, he's only got 15 in total in his whole career, right? But in the last 6, 50% of those have come at Auburn, right? So Auburn do just press a button somewhere with Alabama. I have to say the other team that presses a button is Ole Miss, and I'm sure we'll go and talk about them later on. But it's interesting, and of course, Auburn defense is playing very well. Kevin Steele is really building a resume there. I mean, Kevin Steele's now being talked about as maybe moving on to, I don't know if you get bigger defensive positions than Auburn, but definitely being talked about for other roles. So therefore, Auburn can step up. The question, however, is can they stop the Crimson Tide offense, who are just motoring? And I've talked a lot about. I think Kentucky have just scored. Kentucky have just scored. So with the extra point, that will level up that game. I've talked a lot about Kyle Trask. We spoke to Greg McElroy in College Chaps about Mac Jones and just how surprising a season Mac Jones has had. He's been fantastic. We saw a little bit of him last year when Tua got injured and Mac Jones stepped in. And actually, in many ways, Alabama didn't really miss a beat until that Auburn game, where that effectively, having already been beaten by LSU and LSU having such a sensational season, then that was, that was good night Vienna. So I do think that the Alabama offense is playing particularly well. And one of the things which strikes that or brings that home is the fact that we don't talk about Bama missing Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle's injury in the very first play of the season was like, oh my God, that's the end of it. That's the end of Alabama. They've not missed because they've got other players. It's always that next man up mentality. Smith has had a great season. I think Devonta Smith is maybe. I know he's rated highly, but arguably he's going under the radar just now. Not a lot of people are talking about Devonta Smith, and certainly in terms of his numbers and stats, Alex has been talking about Devonta Smith.
Devonta Smith is my wide receiver 1.
Well, but absolutely right, and that's the thing. You don't hear a lot of people talking about him, right? And his stats are so. Last weekend, he recorded his 33rd career touchdown, which beats the SEC record of Mari Cooper and Chris Doering. And that just shows you how good he has been throughout his career. He had an incredible season last year, but again, because Alabama didn't win last year, it's not really, hyped up. And so I think he's done really well. But they've also got, John Mechie III and people like that have stepped into place. But the one thing I found the most interesting about Alabama is in those first couple of games of the season, particularly against Ole Miss, the defense was found sadly wanting. And that secondary where they had, effectively replaced 5 of the 6, defensive backs was really struggling. And as I understand it, Saban, who does take more than a passing interest in the secondary, stripped that back and made it a very simple formation and scheme, and they've really moved forward. So the defense now is actually turning into one of the best defensive lines in the country. So there's the rub. Can Auburn offensively put up points against an Alabama side, which many at the thought of the start of the season, that defense was there for the taking? The defense has now stepped up. The offense is motoring. It depends on your thoughts on Bo Nix and how Bowen. And I actually think he's had a pretty good season, frankly. I think Auburn have done pretty well. You talked earlier about rookie and freshman running backs. One that stood out for me is Tank Bigsby. I think Tank Bigsby's been a sensation this year. One of the problems, I'm not sure, I haven't been able to catch the notes. I don't know whether he's fit. There was a lot of discussion about whether he was going to make the game today. I think actually it transforms it a little bit for Auburn because they've run the ball quite really heavily so far. I think it's going to be a good game. I'm really looking forward to it. I think the point spread is quite large. If the last time I looked at it, I'm not entirely sure what it was, but it just seemed a little too large from my perspective. But for me, I think it's going to be a really entertaining team because you've got, you could say offense versus defense, but actually the other way around. It'll be interesting to see how the Auburn offense plays against the Bama defense, and that I suspect might end up be the how the game's decided. So I'm really looking forward to it. And this is one of the oldest rivalries in college football, and people, I'm not sure people on this side of the pond realise just how intense, and we're going to talk about the Egg Bowl, which is another intense one, right? But, this one, if you read Saturday in Athens this morning, you'll know that this rolls all the way back to the Civil War, right? The Civil War was where this rivalry came from. It was about a long-running dispute over the appropriation of land and money on the back of the Civil War. That's why people in Alabama, in the state of Alabama, are so divided. So it does bring an edge to this game. There'll be fans in the stadium. It'll be loud. I think it'll be a doozy, as they say, down that neck of the woods.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game on BT Sport after we finish here. So make sure you go straight from watching us to watching that, as it were. Also, will be on. It's not on ESPN Player though, because it is a CBS carried game. So the only place to watch it in the UK is on BT Sport, as far as I'm aware. One player we didn't talk about, George, is Najee Harris. For me, he is one of the Heisman frontrunners this year. He's the leader in that Alabama offense. He's the guy that you put forward from an undefeated team as your Heisman Trophy candidate for me from Alabama. And he's only 417 yards short of Derrick Henry's record as the all-time rushing leader at Alabama. And with 3 regular season games and a college football semi-final that you imagine they have, there's got to be a pretty good chance of him coming out and breaking that record.
I mean, Najee's, you're right. I've got him on my notes, and I got carried away with Devonta Smith, to be honest, because I just don't think that people are bigging him up enough. But Najee's been fantastic, and Najee came out of the shadows last season. To be honest, Alabama had a real conveyor belt of running backs out there. In 2015, I went to Tuscaloosa to watch that side, and principally to see Derrick Henry, play out his final season. And the thing that strikes me about it is they're 2 very different running backs, right? Henry's a tank, and Najee is just quick and nimble, and has this incredible a ton of direction and ton of speed. He really is a joy to watch. Missouri have just scored a second touchdown, so they're 14 zip up. Another Larry Roundtree touchdown. So he is living up to his reputation. Yeah, to my mind, a lot of talk about Mac Jones being in the Heisman discussion. Again, back to that whole quarterback competition award. I'd have Najee in there before Mac Jones, to be perfectly honest, because you see the amount of times that he gets the ball at Alabama and what he does with it. He's a game changer for them.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. We're going to go around with a couple more scores quickly. Oklahoma State now leads 14-7 against Texas Tech. They scored a touchdown there in that game. The North Carolina touchdown that I was reporting earlier seems to have been stripped back off the board for them. So interesting note quickly on Oklahoma State. seems that Desmond Jackson is starting at running back for the Cowboys. He's a senior there. He's the only one getting carries. No carries yet for Chuba Hubbard in that game, which says a lot because Chuba Hubbard isn't having a great year for Oklahoma State, and he is not getting the carries today. They lead 14-7 in that one. Yeah, as I say, the North Carolina feed that I've got here, the score has sort of gone a little bit weird because it said they'd scored and then it was taken off the board, and Syracuse have driven down the field and kicked a field goal, so they lead NC State 10-7 in what would be one of the bigger shocks, probably the biggest shock that we've seen all season, quite frankly, in this game. It comes close to some of the ones we've seen, but because Syracuse have been so bad, if they were to hang on and get a win here, it would be quite incredible. Another game that is going to be nuts. East Carolina lead SMU 28-7 now. The Pirates are rolling in that one, and SMU just can't seem to get anything going in this game, and that would be a huge upset for them there. Holton Ahlers has thrown 2 touchdowns. You've got rushing touchdown for Keaton Mitchell, and Tyler Snead has thrown a touchdown for East Carolina on what I believe was a fake punt, maybe. Even I can't seem to get that information, but Tyler Snead is not the starting quarterback for East Carolina, but he has thrown a touchdown for them. So that is an interesting maybe it was a trick play there for East Carolina. So they lead SMU 28-7 in what would be a massive upset. Si, are you trying to get my attention down there?
Certainly am. I didn't want to start you in full flow. We've got some quarterback issues here. So Cade McNamara actually went to the locker room. Joe Milton came in for the next drive. They didn't give him the ball in his hands once. They ran it 4 times into punt. Now Sean Clifford's down, clutching his left knee just on a big deep pass. He got a bit dinged up before. Michigan defensive line shown up a bit in this one. Quitty Pye in particular. Causing some issues from that edge position. But, it's just been rolled, I think, as he hit the ground. My feet's just kind of gone up and down. Here we go. Yeah. His knee. He's not happy about his knee at all. There's going to be an injury time out there. But, some quarterback issues here. I want to say about, if no one has read George's article, go and read it about Saturday in Athens article about the SEC, because this Iron Bowl history goes back a long way, as he said. I mean, for those who don't know, Auburn like to TP a tree called Tuba's Corner, which is quite close to the ground, just outside of a chemist, every time they win. And they like to go and protect it from opposing teams' fans when they lose. It's kind of their little thing. And there's a massive story about how an Alabama fan once poisoned the tree. A guy called Harvey Updike, who was actually died this year in July, didn't he, at the age of 71. I'll let George take that story away because it's a fantastic one. They're just the sheer... How proud he was of himself. He had to phone into a radio show to tell the whole world what he'd done it. I thought it was phenomenal.
He did, and actually, for anyone who, he's now syndicated on the network now. But for anyone who follows SEC football, Paul Feinbaum's an absolute must listen to because it's all about the crazy fans that phoned in. But it sounds as if I'm always saying I've been there. I went to Toomer's Corner when we passed through Auburn on our first trip through the south, and the tree had been replaced at that point. And if you've ever seen it, it's a spectacle because when the teams win, the team wins, the students all go there. It's right on the corner of the campus for the university. They throw toilet rolls up into the tree, and the tree is absolutely covered in it. And of course, after one of the Iron Bowl games, he poisoned the tree. He said he poisoned it, for a joke, which again tells you all about the rivalry. But as you say, Si, he phoned into the Feinbaum show. And I mean, the story is remarkable because the FBI traced back the phone call, and that's how he was caught. And he was imprisoned. It was quite a remarkable. I think I wrote about it in the touchdown a while ago, but it was a remarkable sentence that he got. It was a crazy sentence. It was like 8 years or something, which was then kind of scaled back a little bit, maybe once the public outcry had dulled down a little bit. But as you say, he died earlier this year, and it's worth listening to the Feinbaum show on the day that he died, for the sheer volume of people who called in on both sides, and the number of Crimson Tide fans who phoned in to kind of laud him as some sort of hero. It's crazy stuff, but it just shows you the kind of intense rivalry between the two teams.
Well, it's kind of they kind of play the noise of the nosy, like the noisy neighbours, don't they? A little bit. Auburn. They won last year 45-42, and obviously that was a disrupted season for Alabama anyway with Tua's injury. But I remember 2013 when they had the field goal return for a touchdown that didn't knock Alabama out of the college football playoffs, I think. Or they are posed problems for Alabama, probably beyond what they'd expect in terms of talent level. And I think that's just because purely of the rivalry. I suppose you get a fan who's just so as passionate as that, then they are willing to go to certain lengths just to get their own vindication. Just a quick one, Al. That injury to Sean Clifford's knee, that looked pretty nasty. It was a really low hit from Taylor Upshaw. So he's on the sideline at the time. Will Levis has come in. Still 7-7 here. Not much happening in terms of the scoreline. Just
the final shot on that, the rival is actually a lot closer than people think. It's 46-37 to Alabama. It's pretty close. So there's always that potential for an upset. We'll see what happens later on today.
So a couple of updates quickly before I go over to Ollie and see how he's getting on. Ball State kicked a field goal. They now lead Toledo 17-0. Georgia State kicked a field goal. They trailed Georgia Southern 14-6. Texas Tech have just gone in for a touchdown. They are an extra point away from leveling up that game. And in the North NC State Syracuse game in the Carrier Dome up there in Western New York, Syracuse kicked off after kicking the field goal, and the first play, the NC State quarterback Bailey Hockman dropped back, threw an interception. So Syracuse have the ball in the the NC State red zone, and certainly some interesting play going on there. Ollie, I'm heading over to you. What's happening at Kent State Buffalo?
Well, there's been plenty happening since last time you came to me. Kent State had missed a field goal, hit the upright, bounced off. Buffalo have had a man ejected for targeting on a kick return. Backup defensive end Max Michel came absolutely flying down the field. Head-to-head contact. There's no doubt in it. There's no deliberation there. It was reviewed, but it was an obvious targeting call. And then just as you threw to me, then Dustin Crum drops back, finds Isaiah McCoy, and that's a guy whose name you want to get familiar with because I think he could be an under-the-radar wide receiver prospect for the NFL draft. Found Isaiah McCoy, defensive back, fell flat on his backside, basically left McCoy with an easy catch and a wide open touchdown. Flag on the play for defensive pass interference, which was clearly declined. And Kent State are back in this thing. It's a bit of good back and forth. Jared Patterson's been a little bottled up on the last drive. So we'll see what we get here, but it could be a good one.
Very nice, yes. In the Syracuse-NC State game, Syracuse turned that interception into 3 points. So it is 13-7 to the Orange, the 1-8 Syracuse Orange, who are at home to NC State and leading by 6 points. If we look around the grounds, anything else to talk about here? I want to go back to George quickly. We spoke a lot, and this seems to follow a similar thread to what we were talking about last week with this Florida team. Not really much going on there on offense, is there, at the minute? 7-7 against Kentucky.
They're not, and actually Kentucky in the red zone, they were third and goal, and it looks as if fourth and goal. So I think they're probably going to kick this, but they are. Dan Mullen has just had with his mask on, I have to say. The biggest talking to the defensive coordinator. There's a bit of a disagreement going on. Dan Mullen is incensed with what's happening defensively. With you can tell even with his mask on just how irate he is. So if Kentucky convert the field goal, then they'll take the lead. And as you rightly point out, a real struggle just now. They've had a lot of the play, Florida. a lot of the play, but they've really done very little with it. So Kentucky do take the lead. 2 minutes left in the half. Kentucky 10-7 up, and going in at the half up would be a shock.
Yeah, it would be a huge shock. And, if Florida loses here, then I will say that Texas A&M deserves to be ranked above them.
Oh, very kind of you.
But, Texas A&M then wouldn't deserve to be ranked at number 5 because the Florida win is clearly not as good as we once thought it was. So,
method is madness.
We're all winners here in this one. Some good happenings. Bowling Green have pulled a touchdown back against the Ohio Bobcats. They are losing 10-21 in that game. Vanderbilt struggling to get over midfield at the minute.
I think there might be a fumble here. Kenny Seals was about to throw the ball and got a hit, and I think Mizzou have recovered the ball. It will be on the halfway line, but I think Mizzou probably. It's really not going well for Vanderbilt at all, to be honest. They've not, last couple of weeks I've talked about the fight and determination, drive they've had, and they've just had none of that going. It does look as if Mizzou have got the ball, so it's on another turnover. Not Vandy's first half, that's for sure.
I mean, it would be typical Vandy if we had this potential to make history with a first ever Power 5 player, female Power 5 player seeing the field, and they don't ever get in position for her to kick a field goal. Has she been kicking the kickoffs, George, or not?
No, she hasn't. I was going to say that at the start of this that Vanderbilt are they're winless this season. They're 0-7, and I was going to say in the games I've watched, they don't look like an 0-7 game. They look like an 0-8 game team at this moment in time, to be perfectly honest.
Sounds about right for them. Ohio back in the end zone against Bowling Green. They now lead 28-10. Who am I going to go to next? Ollie Hodgkinson. Anything happening in your game?
Yeah, I mean, Kent State have obviously trying to bottle Jarrett Patterson up, and it's like, well, just as I'm speaking, he's about to waltz into the end zone for his 4th touchdown of the day. What I was going to say was because previously it had opened the Kent State defense trying to bottle up Patterson had opened up a lot of opportunity for quarterback Kyle Van Treese with a lot of nice play action plays, and he was starting to march him down the field. But then they've just handed off to Patterson on their own 45-yard line, maybe just shy of the halfway line anyway, and he's walked through the entire Kent State defense. That's going to be, I think, a 52-yard rushing touchdown. He's 4th of the day. That's going to take him almost, if not past 200 yards for the day, and we're on the 9 minutes left of the second quarter. That 8 rushing touchdown NCAA record isn't looking as ludicrous as it sounded. Just if they keep Jared Patterson in the game, I think it's well achievable. And last time out, he had 301 yards, 4 touchdowns. He's well on pace to go well above that if they keep him in the game.
Yeah, it certainly is pretty crazy. This performance, he is now 10 rushes, 206 yards and 4 touchdowns today, in what is just quite frankly an incredible stat line in that game. As Ollie says, there's still just under 10 minutes left in the second quarter, and this kid is already going mental for us here. It's his first appearance on College Football Live. It's the first chance we've had this year to talk about him, and he is putting on a show for us. Make sure you keep your eyes on that one.
Interestingly enough, Kent State safety Richie Carpenter Jr. seems like he's injured himself trying to stop Jared Patterson.
Oh no!
I've
hurt my shoulder as he runs over me again.
That's what we're dealing with here. They're either he's injuring them or they're just wanting to be injured to get out of his way. One of the two, and either way, I'm not sure which is worse. But yeah, he's having himself an absolute day here.
He certainly is, and I'm waiting on him to break the records. So the records that we are waiting on, obviously, Ollie, is 8 rushing touchdowns in a game, and I believe 427 yards is the rushing most rushing yards in a single game. I'm just going to check that one for you.
I'll get something. While you're checking that, I'll start planning something particularly spectacular for when either record or both records, presumably both records, if he's going to get 8 touchdowns, he's going to get 400-odd yards. So
especially at 20 yards a click, I'd say so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get something planned that's even better than your flashing army passing attempt disco light for Jared Patterson.
I can't wait to see it. Just a quick one, I'll update on mine. We've got Joe Milton came in and did nothing as history predicted. But both starting quarterbacks seem to be back. Okay. Sean Clifford is actually driving Penn State down the field as we speak, and Kay McNamara is warming up on the sideline. So I think they were just both stingers. Hopefully so, because without them, this game is well and truly dross. And even with them, it's not easy watching today, lads. I'll tell you that.
So, Samaje Perine holds the FBS record. He rushed for 427 yards in a game. It was, of course, against Kansas. The Division 1 record is 437 yards, set in the FCS by Maurice Hicks back in 2001. But at 427, that's achievable today with the way that Patterson's going. And I hope they leave him on the field and let him try and hit it, because the dude is a stud right now. I just want to see actually where he is on the season so far, because he's pretty close to 1,000 yards already on the year, I believe. If not, he's probably over it after today's performance, because just crazy. No, 511 yards on the year, so that's in 3 games.
Yep. Well, over 700 with his performance so far today.
Yeah.
Well over so.
So well on the way to 1,000-yard season already for the Buffalo Bulls running back there. Not a huge amount else going on. So let's talk. Go on, George.
Twitter's going absolutely apeshit at the Dan Mullen roasting of Todd Grantham. And it is a joy to behold. The video is going viral now, to be honest. Mizzou look as if the scored touchdown. It's going to come back because he was down before the ball crossed the line. But again, getting close to the half. If there were 3 scores up, and I said this last week, might not be the case, but if there were 3 scores up, then I think it's going to be very tricky for Vanderbilt to get back in this game.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen this video, it is quite funny. I've just been watching it here as we go. Si, what's going on with you?
Well, we've had a touchdown for Penn State. Sean Clifford has absolutely nothing wrong with his knee whatsoever. He was faking it. Design quarterback run, broke to the left, a good 30, maybe 40 yards. I didn't really catch all of it, but scampered to the left corner of the end zone. They just kicked the point after. 14-7 Penn State. Jim Harbaugh may as well just hand on his gun and his badge before he gets home.
Yeah, I mean, a loss in this game would be pretty terminal, I think, for Jim Harbaugh at that point. I know that everything we hear is that the administration at Michigan loves him and that his job is safe, but losing to an 0-5 Penn State team would be curtains. It's got to be curtains. The fans would go absolutely mental.
So who do you replace him with? That's the big question for me, because that is a huge job. Not just anyone can walk into that job.
I am ringing up Luke Fickell and I am saying, how much money do you want to come and coach here at the University of Michigan? The only issue I think Michigan would have there is I think there are going to be NFL teams calling up Luke Fickell in January saying, how much money do you want to come and coach in the NFL? Because this dude is a stud of a coach. So I think that you're going to have to compete for him, but he's the guy that I would be chasing after with everything I've got if I was Michigan this offseason. He is a proper program builder from the Midwest who has done a lot with very little. So if you give him these incredible recruits that Michigan is able to pull in, I think he could build something that comes up against Ohio State and says, we can compete with you. He's already shown he can win the Midwest, the scraps of Ohio that Ohio State doesn't want. He can come in and make them a really successful team. And For me, that's where I'm going if I'm Michigan. Just a quick update, and Ollie, you're going to be bowled over by this. Eastern Carolina now lead SMU 35-7 in that game. East Carolina is blowing out SMU in this one, which is a huge reversal of fortunes.
Yeah, I mean, ECU have been really poor defensively, and then the last game against Temple, and you wash over the Temple result because Temple have been so bad this season, but Temple couldn't put anything on them really, and it looks like SMU are struggling as well. And what you've got to bear in mind with SMU is, yes, Shane Buechele has been one of the better quarterbacks in college football, but they're missing a guy like Reggie Roberson, who was so pivotal to that SMU offense, and this result is absolutely destroying my fantasy football playoff final because I've got SMU running back Ulysses Bentley Jr., who's been, you talked about freshman running backs earlier on, and he's a guy who's been performing week in, week out, but they're not going to be running the ball very much for the rest of the game if they're hoping to get back into that fixture. And SMU early on in the season were a team that they were challenging up there with the likes of Cincinnati at the top of the college football rankings, and then they lost to Cincinnati, and they've had a couple of games where they've dropped the ball, and it looks like they're going to be on the back end of an absolute shocking, surprising shellacking for SMU.
Touchdown Mizzou. They converted that drive. That drive was all about Tyler Badee. He had about 3 or 4 runs in a row. So 21-0 with a minute left. I don't think it's Vanderbilt's day.
No, somehow I don't think so either. Western Michigan now up 20-17 against Northern Illinois. They scored a touchdown there. Miami of Ohio, they kicked off against Akron at 6 o'clock UK time. They lead that one 7-0. Georgia State are back to within a point against Georgia Southern. The Eagles lead 14-13 in that one. Maryland has kicked a field goal to cut Indiana's lead to just 4 points in that game, and Oklahoma State have put another touchdown on the board. They lead Texas Tech 21 points to 14. It's another touchdown for Desmond Jackson, the senior running back there, who I believe was third on the depth chart coming into that game, but he has looked like there's a sign of life in this rushing game for Oklahoma State. Sir Roderick Thompson has 6 rushes for 91 yards and 2 touchdowns for Texas Tech. Something tells me they should be handing the ball off to him a little bit more often. Mr. Hodgkinson, let's go over to you then.
Kent State are driving down the field. It looks like they've turned the ball over. Just waiting on a replay. That's a marvellous, bespectacled defensive tackle for Buffalo. Eddie Wilson, who's come up with the ball. Refs are just confirming that it's a turnover. It certainly is. So, yeah, the Kent State really needed to drive down the field. To me, it looks like the knee's down before the ball comes out, but the refs have given it to Buffalo. They've put the ball in their possession. It's difficult to overturn it, obviously, once they've given it on the field. But to me, it looks like the knee's down before the ball comes out. And it's Malcolm Coots, the defensive end, the guy we were talking about earlier. He'll be going and representing Buffalo at the Senior Bowl. He's the guy who punches it out. It still looks to me like his knee's down when he goes down, but looks like the ball's going to be on Buffalo's court. Come back to me and we'll see if it stays that way.
Very good. It's all happening there in the Kent State Buffalo game. Some of these games, this is the beauty of college football. These games between quote unquote lesser teams often provide some of the best entertainment. I said quote unquote, Oliver. Calm down.
Max Lander.
Often provide the best entertainment of the weekend. You know, so we make jokes about Cy getting the worst game of the week, but 3 weeks in a row he's had pretty close games. He's shaking his head now, so I'm going to go down to him.
Well, just pulling teeth watching these officers try to move the football right now. Yeah, nothing wrong with either quarterback. Mike Namara came back in for this one. A couple of good passes and then a 3 and out straight away. I think they're going to be putting the football here. Interestingly, it's Joey Porter Jr. I mean, is a name we'll all know. Just a quick one on this Michigan job, George. I mean, you guys love him. He's cantankerous, a bit like Jim Harbaugh. I don't think the job at Michigan, considering he's been at Florida and South Carolina, would be too big for him. Is that something you can see? See Will Muschamp being in Michigan? It's a big name, isn't it?
Too cold. Too cold for someone like Will Muschamp, I think, up there in Michigan.
I don't think. I mean, for me personally, I don't think you go from being relieved as your duty at South Carolina straight into the Michigan job. I think the next move for Muschamp is probably either a head coach at a Group of 5 school, or it's in a coordinator position at a Power 5 school. I think that's where Muschamp's at. Personally, I struggle to put a name to the Michigan job, I must admit, because you look at the list of contenders that have come out for the South Carolina job, and you don't think realistically any of those guys, like a Chamey Chadwell at Coastal Carolina, or even Hugh Freeze at Liberty, I can't see those sort of guys being the fit for Michigan. Matt Campbell, we talked about him. Would he go from Iowa State to Michigan? I can't see that. You know, he had the opportunity to be the New York Jets head coach two years ago, and he turned that down. So I don't know. I really struggle. George looks like he's going to jump in with a name, and I'm going to go, yes, that's the guy I was going to say.
I would not be surprised if Michigan went back to the NFL, and I would not be surprised if it was someone like a Joe Brady that came out of it. To be perfectly honest, because it's such a huge job that it's instantly attractive to somebody who could come out of the pro game in the same way as Harbaugh did. Now, I acknowledge that Harbaugh came out as an alumni of that college, and it meant a lot to him. But it's such a huge name. If you get it right, then you're set up. And we've seen, it takes a special person to continue to have a long career in college. You have to have the right mindset. So I don't think you can necessarily, take a ridiculous scenario. You can't necessarily take Belichick out of it and put him in, right? But I think taking Brady out, who understands the college game, could be a way to go. Whether he leaves the Panthers or not, don't know.
I think NFL jobs will be available for Joe Brady. I don't think Michigan is the one. But Ollie, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Just a quick update. The fumble recovery was overturned, actually, as I suspected it should be. Knee was down, and Kent State are back in possession of the ball.
Very nice. There's been a field goal. Oh, there was a fumble, first of all. So Dominic Richardson rushed to the right for Oklahoma State. He fumbled the ball. And then Texas Tech couldn't move the ball, so they kicked a field goal on their play to bring that game back to 21-17 in favour of the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Oh.
Well, I was just about to say there's absolutely nothing going on in this game. Just absolutely like pulling teeth watching it. No minute on offense. We've just had a punt from Penn State after a 3-and-out, unsurprisingly. Fumbled by who's that, number 19 for Michigan, and scooped up by Penn State. So they are just outside the red zone. Yeah, the 25-yard line with about a minute left on the clock. We could find some points. I think this is what we're going to have to need, really, to get any kind of points on this out of this one. But yeah,
touchdown!
Go for it, Al.
There's a touchdown. It's Kent State, and it's Justin Crum. He's took off running. Looked like he was about to drop back and pass, but he's had to take off himself. A couple of spin moves in there for good measure, and he's straight into the end zone. Kick goes through, and Kent State will be back within 4 points. There is a Buffalo man down on the field in the immediate aftermath of that, but just Justin Crum showing his hand, so to speak, as a mobile quarterback.
Wow, certainly a day. Someone else who's having a day, especially in this second quarter, is Holton Ahlers, the quarterback of the East Carolina Pirates. He has thrown his 4th touchdown pass of the day to put the Eastern Carolina Pirates 42 points to 7 up. I'm so impressed by this group that the light's going purple for East Carolina, because this is a result that no one saw coming. It's come out of absolutely nowhere. And they are destroying SMU in this game. And it's on ESPN Player if you want to tune in, but it's over down there in Carolina. It's 42-7 in that one. And
Kadarius Toney's just scored for Florida on a punt return. So let me explain where the punt ended up, because it was a punt by Florida. The punter got it to the 1 yard line. It barely missed the pylon on the way out, so it meant that Kentucky were snapping the ball from the end zone line. They just couldn't get it out. They had to punt the ball from their own end zone to Toney, and Toney took it from there to the house. So just as we thought, Kentucky were going in with a lead. Not so much. 14-10 Florida.
Just to put some names out to that crazy player, then it was Drew Hartlaub, the safety, who ended up with the football for Penn State. It was Mike Sammerstill, the wide receiver for Michigan, who fumbled it. It's, not much, this game is painstakingly slow to watch. It's everything. I mean, it's only because they've run the football at pretty much every other play that we're down to 46 seconds left in this half. But just everything is just taking so long to develop. It's untrue. I really wouldn't be surprised if Penn State can't put this in and then miss the field goal afterwards.
That's why you're on that game, Si. Reactions like that.
I know. Well, I normally I'm drinking. I've abstained from the beer this time, and I think I'm paying a heavy price for it.
Oh, great stuff. Ohio are now up 35-10 against Bowling Green. They have taken control of that game and are running away with it, really, in that one. We are coming up to half-time in some of these games. We also have a little bit of a quick break on the horizon. Given that a lot of our games are going to go to the half at the same time, we're probably just going to hold off for another 5 minutes or so, let them get to the half, and then you don't miss any action whilst we go and fill up water bottles and, in Si's case, hunt desperately for beers to have whilst watching this game.
I've got some downstairs, don't get me wrong, the fridge is chocked, but I just thought I wanted a clear red on a Saturday for once. I thought I was getting a bit carried away with the last 2 weeks. It was just an exact reason why Sean Clifford's not given the ball to throw, really, because he almost threw it into the hands of a Michigan defensive back on like a play to the back corner of the end zone. It's just I don't know how they're winning 14-7. This here it right now where he takes off and design quarterback runs is the only thing that Penn State are where they're able to move the football at the moment, and that's another first down. 36 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, this was something we kind of thought last year about Sean Clifford. You know, he's never been that good throwing the football, and it seems to have come home to roost this year for Penn State. George, you were about to jump in there.
All I was going to say, we're at the half for Vandy and Mizzou, but here's a stat which sums up the Vanderbilt performance. Larry Roundtree's got 5 yards rushing more than the entire Vanderbilt team had in the first half.
Yeah, that's a Vandy-style stat if I've ever heard one. Si, what's going on in your game? Are Penn State down near the goal line now?
Yeah, within the 4 yard line, Clifford's just taking the snap, trying to drop the ball in the basket. No chance there, absolutely no chance. He threw it to the short side of the field to his wide receiver, number 5, which is Jahan Dotson, and there's just no room to make the catch at all. So I think we're on 3rd down now. I'm just waiting for it to pop up. Janelle Green's had a pretty good game for Michigan, to be fair, the cornerback. He's really balled out. A lot shut down. I don't think he's allowed 1 reception yet. Making plays on special teams, and of course the sadly the scoop and score that was returned. But yeah, 3rd and goal. Here we go. This is it now. I think this is it before the half. Otherwise, we're kicking it and walking off. Clifford in the shotgun. We've got trips to the left. And of course, it's taking forever because that's just what this game is. Here we go. He's got the football, looking wide, looking left. Yeah, nowhere to go. Thrown over the back of the end zone. There's absolutely nobody there. But yeah, wake me up, lads. Wake me up when something good happens.
Oh, fantastic. So, games that are at the half already. We have Missouri leading 21-0 against Vanderbilt and Florida leading 14-10 against Kentucky. George is covering both of those for us. And Georgia Southern leads Georgia State 14-13 in that interstate battle. There, we're almost at half in Oklahoma State, Texas Tech. The Cowboys leading the Red Raiders 21-17. In that one, and we're almost at the half for Si's game. It's 14-7 Penn State lead with a field goal just about to be kicked in that one. So what we are going to do, we're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to continue with the rest of our coverage.
Oh, don't take any breaks
Oh,
anywhere.
here we go.
Oh, Jack. Well, I'll just let you guess what's happened. Jarrett Patterson with another huge run. It doesn't matter whether it's left, right, down the middle. He's got such vision, Jarrett Patterson. He's got such elusiveness, whatever you want to call it. The guy, you cannot get a hand on him, and someone has eventually got a hand on him because he's had to run through another 11 men. But huge play, huge run. Down to the 34-yard line from deep in his own territory. Right, go to break.
Nice. Just quickly before we do, Syracuse have scored a touchdown in that game, so they lead 20-14 against NC State there. As I said, now we're actually going to take that break. Did Penn State kick their field goal, Si?
Yeah, they did. Who cares?
17-7 in that one. So yeah, quick couple of minute break, and we will be back very, very soon. And we are back from our little break. Games to go to the half while we were away. Western Michigan lead Northern Illinois 22-17. Oklahoma State leading Texas Tech 21-17. So in that one, Indiana leads Maryland 7-3 at the half over there in the Big Ten. Syracuse, they went for 2 against North Carolina, against NC State, so they lead 22-14. There's about 3 minutes left in the second half there. And I'm going to go over to... I want to hang on a couple of quick updates before I go over to Oliver Hodgkinson. East Carolina, they kicked a field goal, so they go into the half against SMU, leading 45-7. Toledo cut into Ball State's lead. That game's 17-3 now on a Toledo field goal. And yeah, time to go over to Ollie. Oh,
Buffalo.
Great timing on that one.
Perfect timing. Perfect. It is Jared Patterson. Guys, the NCAA record watch is on. That's 5 now rushing touchdowns for Jared Patterson. This one from just a couple of yards out. Absolutely lowers the shoulder. This is what I mean about this guy. He's only 5'9", but he's got so much strength and power behind him with the pace to match. He almost go as far as saying he's almost a complete running back talent. And you kind of get the feeling that Buffalo is sat there with the NCAA record book in their hands going, let's go for it. Let's do it, lads. Because this is what's transpiring out there. And to Kent State's credit, they're trying to make a game of it as well. So there's no reason for Buffalo to ease off the pedal. But they're going to still got 2 minutes left in the first half. So can't even say that Buffalo go to the half 35-24 because it could be any score by 2 minutes time. It's a real game we've got on our hands here, and Dustin Crum is going to have to show every single bit of those credentials we've mentioned, not just today, but in last week's show as well.
He certainly is. There's been some quality updates there from Oliver Hodgkinson so far. Just wait until we see if Jarrett Patterson can break the NCAA record for rushing yards and rushing touchdowns in a game. He is well on track, as Ollie said. Still just over 2 minutes in the first half left in the first half of that game, and Patterson already has 247 yards and he already has 5 touchdowns. The record's, just to remind you, 427 rushing yards in a game. That was Samaje Perine for Oklahoma against Kansas. 8 rushing touchdowns in a game, which I believe was set a while ago. In that one, I'm just trying to find out where it is. So it looks like the rushing touchdowns for a quarterback is 7, which was Navy. But I'm trying to find rushing touchdowns for everyone, and I can't seem to find them. So I believe the record is 8 though, and it was set a little while ago. So between 7 or 8 is the record, and let's just hope that Jarrett Patterson has 9 to put it beyond doubt today. Quite the performance from that young man there in that game for Buffalo. So yeah, incredible game going on over there. We're at the half in both the SEC games, and Florida being kept very, very close by Kentucky, aren't they, George?
Yeah, Kentucky have done really quite well against them. The Kentucky defense has stepped up for most of the season, frankly. It's offensively that they've struggled. Again, they haven't really done an awful lot with the ball offensively, but they managed to creep into the lead. I have to say that score at the end of the first half, where Kentucky punted the ball, it was a pretty poor punt. It landed shy of the 50-yard line, but it's still, to be fair, it was a glorious punt return in for a touchdown. Yeah, I mean, this is always the point. If you get a side that offensively isn't quite clicking, because we've seen what Florida have been able to do over the course of the 7 games they've played in, and they're just not quite on their game. Can a team who's reasonable defensively take advantage of that? The question is whether Kentucky offensively can outscore them. I suspect that's going to be the struggle in the second half. And if you recall, Alex, you've just mentioned the fact that we talked about this last week. It was exactly the same in the first half. And then Florida came out and just, overwhelmed them. So it'd be interesting. I'd probably quite like to be a fly in the wall, but I wouldn't like to be in between Mullen and Grantham as they discuss what happened in the first half. That was a fairly fiery exchange on the touchlines. Let's see if that fires up the Gators to come out all guns blazing in the second half.
Yeah, it should do. It's unlikely that they would have wanted it to be this close at half time in this game. It's a game that we expected, and everyone really expected Florida to win pretty handily down there in the SEC, and it's a game they need to win in that one. Georgia Southern against Georgia State has started in the third quarter, and Georgia Southern is already in the red zone, it seems. They're going to take over 1st and 10 at the Georgia State 13-yard line. I want to know what happened here because it's still showing as 15 minutes left on the clock, and I'm still waiting for the play to post. So it looks like it might have been a turnover on the kickoff there for Georgia Southern. So certainly some crazy happenings down here in the NCAA already. Oh, Si, your game has been notably lacking in crazy plays by your accounts. Anything going on that you want to mention other than both these coaches should be fired for the sake of the college football world?
Well, I've been a bit glib about it, haven't I, to be fair. This contest has been pretty much ground-based. I think both coaches have certainly teams have realised that, that's probably the way to go. But also injuries, like we had the two starting quarterbacks get injured. Quan Roberson, who we mentioned in the preamble, the freshman, who I thought should be given a shot really for Penn State. He came in as a running back, took one scamper, got absolutely walloped, and he went off as well. So there's been some injuries. We've had some big breakout plays. Hassan Haskins was nice to see. I enjoyed that. But yeah, it's not a game. It's not a game for the purists, shall we say? There's a lot you have to try and find any kind of good aspects of this game, really. But it's worrying. I think it's telling just how lacking in firepower, how lacking in splash plays, or really imagination either of these two programs have right now on the football field. And whilst we might say that Jim Harbaugh's job's in trouble, we don't think James Franklin's is. I mean, this is the first time in 16 years that Penn State are going to have a losing record. And obviously James Franklin wasn't there for all of them, but it's you can possibly allow this to one wacky crazy season in Happy Valley, whereas for Michigan, he's despite winning seasons, Jim Harbaugh's underwhelmed pretty much throughout his tenure, and I think that's probably the difference. And if they lose to Penn State today, whilst we all thought a Rutgers loss would be embarrassing, this would be pretty embarrassing too. I just want to bring up one thing with George about Kentucky and Florida. Just this kind of contest when you see Kentucky keep in line with Florida, is that kind of like just shows the sheer size of the job that teams in the SEC have to do this season to keep up with Alabama, who smashed Kentucky 65-3 or 63-3, something like that, last week, and in particular Auburn this evening. Just the sheer magnitude of trying to keep up with a team like, because we all think Florida's a fantastic football team, they're playing very well, but they were what did Dan Mullen call it ho-hum last week against Vanderbilt. Maybe a similar story again this week. Yeah, I think we haven't often seen it. We all know Alabama's a fantastic football team, but there's always been two or three other teams in that conference who can really push them. This year seems a little bit like it's almost kind of like signed, sealed, delivered already.
Yeah, I mean, of course, last year we had that truly incredible LSU team, and we don't have them this year. They've been the massive disappointment in the conference this year. And you're always kind of expecting other teams step up, and we've talked for a couple of years now about how Florida are on the way back. Georgia have also been disappointing this year, so therefore I think Alabama are sticking their head above the crowd quite high, to be honest. I think they're sitting quite high in terms of the others in the conference. Some of that is because the so-called competitors haven't quite been there this year. But I think, we talk a lot about the offensive game in the SEC, and Saban themselves talked about how the game is changing. But to my mind, the defense is still very strong in this conference. And I think that's where the likes of a Kentucky do actually start to come into a game. It's just what I said, that, if you get Florida or even in Alabama in an off day, and your defense is reasonable. It's the same for Auburn tonight. If the Auburn defense stands up and Mac Jones is just off his game, then this could be a lot closer than we think. But I think a lot of it's down to the normal powerhouses not being able to put up a challenge. LSU and Georgia this year have been disappointing.
It certainly is a pretty powerhouse conference. George, if your phone goes off again, I will have to confiscate it like a secondary school teacher in an exam.
I had no idea whose that was. I was like,
look, it's like,
I thought it was Alex. Every time George said something important, he was just like divvying it a bing, like we truly had gone around the horn, I didn't know it was his phone. Look, also
big play. Big play here in Buffalo. Well, we say big play. So Kent State have gone for it on 4th and 1. Obviously, an indicator they could have kicked the field goal and they're still within a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. But obviously, they feel the need to keep pace with this Buffalo offense. So they've gone for it on 4th and 1. Justin Crum attempting to find Isaiah McCoy, and Malcolm Kuntz, the defensive end, got his big old mitt on it. Pulled that out of the air. He's not managed to catch it, unfortunately, but they have stopped him on 4th down. Turnover on downs in Buffalo. 57 seconds left. You presume they're just going to hand it to Jared Patterson for a
touchdown run.
Yeah, which will be an 83-yard touchdown by the looks of things if this happens. Here he goes. Oh no, they've managed to actually get him on the ground, but still a gain of about 5 yards there for Jared Patterson, which is a bit disappointing by his standards so far this afternoon.
Oh, yes, what a man. Georgia Southern, they drove down the field on the opening of the third quarter. They kicked a field goal, so they lead Georgia State 17-13 in that one. Some other halftime scores for you. Ball State lead Toledo 17-3. East Carolina are routing SMU 45-7. Western Michigan, I've already told you that one. They lead Northern Illinois 20-17. Ohio lead Bowling Green 45-10, and Syracuse going at the half up 22-14 against NC State, which is another potential big upset on this day. Missouri Vanderbilt is back underway for the second half. It looks like Missouri are going to have the football. George will keep us up to date on all the goings on in that one. And yeah, Miami of Ohio, they lead 10-0 against Akron. Akron, who have been one of if not the worst team in college football over the past few seasons. It's probably between them and UMass as the two worst programs. Speaking of UMass, Mr. Hodgkinson, let's get our weekly Liberty update from you. Big win yesterday for the Flames against UMass.
Big win in terms of points scored for sure. Big win in terms of the actual result itself is probably a little bit stretching because, as you alluded to, UMass are one of the worst football teams in the whole of college football this season. It's between them and it's between Akron. I wrote an article last year along the same sort of theme as well, trying to figure out who was the worst team in college football, and Akron and UMass was still the two. So absolutely zero development from either of those programs through this season. And I saw an interesting thing yesterday. UMass had scored something like 10 points through the last 4 games, 2 of which were a safety last week, and been shut out in 2 or 3 of those games as well. So not a tough day at the office for Liberty yesterday, but Malik Willis, 233 yards, 3 touchdowns, contributed on the ground as well.
He had a stunning running touchdown, didn't he?
Yeah,
from midfield, where it just opened up in front of him, and he used his speed to just power away from everyone on defense for the rushing score. So I agree with you there.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Malik Willis has brought to this offense this year is he is a true dual threat quarterback. He can make some very, very pretty throws. He's very effective on the ground. I think the Liberty program were happier yesterday with the defensive performance than the game against Western Carolina, which they dominated, but managed to give up a few big plays to a team who had not even played that season. So better defensive performance against a terrible football team. But I think from the Liberty perspective, it was very much focused on the fact they'd gone through this 2020 college football season unbeaten at home. And they take on Coastal Carolina next week. Hopefully, fingers crossed, who knows what happens week to week at the moment with scheduling and cancellations and postponements. But that's a huge game, really, for both programs. For Liberty, it puts a cherry on top of the cake of what's been a fantastic season. And for Coastal Carolina, that'll be their unbeaten record on the line. At the top of the Sun Belt Conference. They played today against Texas State. You think you don't really envisage that there's a defeat happening there, and then they'll go into that Liberty game, and which should be a real classic game.
Can I just jump in for a second, because we have seen, I guess, Power 5 history. Sarah Fuller made the kickoff for Missouri. It was, I have to say, an interesting kick. It wasn't an onside kick by any stretch of the imagination, but it wasn't what we would normally expect to see on a kickoff. But I have to say, the limited crowd there did give her a rapturous applause. So we've seen a bit of football history this afternoon.
I mean, she has more SEC championships in her career than Vanderbilt do as a football program in their entirety. So. I'm not surprised that they cheered her when she came out. But yeah, it's super cool. And I'm just seeing it now. It's all over Twitter. Just an incredible feat. And yeah, it was almost like a squib kick, wasn't it?
I couldn't quite work out what the intention of the kick was. I mean, I guess it largely superfluous in the grand scheme of things, right? Yeah, I mean, still pretty cool to be able to say that we've been able to see that, right?
And I wanted to touch on it in the introduction about Sarah Fuller. It's not like I'll rephrase that. She's probably actually an improvement in the kicking game for Vanderbilt. If you look at kicker Pearson Cook, he's actually 3 of 7 for the season. That's 49% field goal completion percentage. So, like AC alluded to, she's a multiple-time SEC champion goalkeeper. She's probably better at kicking the ball than Pearson Cook is anyway.
Well, the interesting thing is, as you can imagine, I mean, that this game's not particularly interesting, as I think the game's largely over, but for about a minute before the half, the cameras were focusing a lot on her because she was warming up, she was practicing her kicks. And the one thing, I mean, none of this should be surprising, she doesn't kick like a kicker. For a start, right? She kicks like a footballer or a soccer player. So the ball will typically come out much lower than, a kicker will get the ball elevated very, very quickly, whereas a goalkeeper is going for a lot of distance, will not get it up.
Sorry to interrupt you, Joe. Speaking of kickers, Buffalo had driven it down the field and attempting a 47-yard field goal to make it a 2-score game. And it's blocked, and of course the technical difficulties means that the replay is absolutely frozen, so I can't see who's got up and blocked it, but it blocked field goal by Kent State, so it remains a closer game than it might have been. We're at the half.
The half? Bloody hell, catch up, Ali, come on.
Unbelievable. So I've been sat watching this game thinking, Alex keeps mentioning close to the half, and I've got a game where Jarrett Patterson's run for 400 million yards, and yet my game's still about 6 days behind everyone else's. It needs to be more effective in chewing the clock. The time of possession is going to be pretty equal because he's not taking any time off the clock whatsoever with all these 50, 60-yard runs.
Well, my highly anticipated second half is just about to get underway. I think we're just coming out of the tunnel now. Here we go.
Touchdown, Florida. Not surprisingly, it's another Kyle Pitts touchdown. So that relationship, that partnership, has definitely been resumed. And as we said, that's what Florida wanted. So the old Dan Mullen hairdryer treatment has worked.
Look, I don't play a lot of fantasy football, but I was a consultant in a dynasty draft with one of our touchdown colleagues, Ben Rolfe, earlier this year. And we somehow managed to fleece this dynasty draft and come out of it with Trevor Lawrence as our quarterback with the number 1 overall pick, which is obviously who you're probably going to pick with your number 1 overall pick in dynasty. We also got Kyle Pitts in this draft as well. We got both Bijan Robinson and Zach Evans in it, along with a huge number of other players as well. We managed to somehow scam this draft to get these kinds of players. And the Kyle Pitts decision is now looking better and better every day because this kid is just putting up numbers across the college football season.
I'll tell you exactly how many fantasy football points Kyle Pitts has got so far today because I'm playing against him in the fantasy football final. And Kyle Pitts has got 20.5 fantasy points so far, which is very much looking like, unless Hunter Long pulls off something spectacular from a tight end position for Boston College against Louisville later on, yeah, I'm going to be up against it.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, and you were just wishing that he could have taken another week off, aren't you, Ollie?
Sure.
In classic fashion, Al, the first thing that Penn State do is kick the kickoff out of bounds. So penalty, we've got Kay McNamara back on the field, 3rd and 1, almost at the halfway line. Yeah, nothing interesting happening as per usual.
Cade McNamara being out is good for your enjoyment of this game, though.
Oh yeah, very much so. I think we've survived some scares here with injuries to the quarterback because both of them, without them, this game is well and truly dishwater, mate.
It certainly is. I am struggling to decide what I'm going to have as the sort of fourth game. I'm following closely. At the minute, I've got Syracuse NC State on here. There's a pretty close one, but Texas Tech Oklahoma State is also close. Down there in Oklahoma, and we've also got a close game between Indiana and Maryland, but that game seems to be very very turgid. It's only 7-3 and it's very very Big Ten in their scoreline right about now. But yes, some close games all over the place. If you want to watch the Oklahoma State Texas Tech game, I'm afraid it's not on TV here in the UK. So you would have to pick up a Fox stream elsewhere. We won't recommend sites, but you can find them all around. It's pretty easy usually to find the streams to these games. If you want to watch the Indiana-Maryland game, that's on ESPN Player, as is the Syracuse-NC State game, also on ESPN Player. So some close games for you to watch there. You can watch Size game, Penn State, Michigan, that's on BT Sport and on ESPN Player right now. Georgia's games are both on ESPN Player, Florida, Kentucky and Missouri, Vanderbilt. So there's lots of good college football available for you to watch right now. A lot of it on ESPN Player as well as some games on BT Sport. There's games later as well on BT Sport. George, talking about a game later, I want to talk about the Egg Bowl. One of my favourite games of the year. It's just madness, isn't it? And even now we've got the Egg Bowl to end all Egg Bowls with Lane Kiffin coaching on one side and Mike Leach coaching on the other. Two guys that love to sling the ball around. This is a game that's on ESPN Player in the UK. It's on SEC Network tonight from 9 o'clock British time. How crazy is this one going to get? For those of you that don't know, the Egg Bowl is the yearly rivalry game between Ole Miss and Mississippi State, and it usually gets a little bit crazy. We see fights almost every year. We see lots of points, lots of crazy plays. Really, the whole world of college football was turned on its head last year in this game when I believe it was one of the Mississippi State players celebrated a touchdown by no, it was an Ole Miss player, wasn't it? It was
Elijah Moore.
It was Elijah Moore, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, scored a touchdown and proceeded to celebrate like he was a dog doing a wee-wee. And yeah, the game just turned on its head after that and got completely crazy. A couple of years ago, the game was almost abandoned because the whole roster from both schools started having a fight in midfield. George, preview this game for us today. What's going to happen? Can you tell?
So there's so many different threads running through it as you've just pointed out. So just to put last year's game into some sort of perspective, Ole Miss had a field goal. So they scored. Elijah Moore scored the touchdown to take them within 1 point of tying with Mississippi State. Elijah Moore's touchdown celebration cost them a 10-yard penalty, pushing the field goal back, the extra point back, which they missed, and Ole Miss lost that game. Matt Luke, the head coach of Ole Miss, lost his job as a result of that game. And Ryan McGee wrote a brilliant article this week about the fallout and then how that impacted college football after that as players started to move up.
When you talk about Ryan McGee, you've got to address him by his proper title, and that is former guest of the College Chaps podcast, Ryan McGee. Episodes available now on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts.
I'll remember that for the next time. But then about the domino effect that had in college football, actually one of the best storylines this year with Ole Miss is the redemption of Elijah Moore, because if you've watched that relationship and partnership between Matt Corral and Elijah Moore, it's brilliant to watch. There's an exciting quarterback and a wide receiver to watch as any, right? So that's one part of it. But as you rightly point out, the second part of it is the Kiffin and Leach. And one of the real benefits of writing the Saturday in Athens article is that I get to watch all of these press conferences all the way through the week, and they've just been brilliant this week. They've lived up to all of our expectations. So, what to expect? Well, Ole Miss offense has been on fire. Nobody has scored against Alabama like Ole Miss this year. Mississippi State got off to a great start with the air raid, fell away. That program looks in a little bit of turmoil, but anybody who knows Mike Leach and the way that he's gone about, setting up his teams in Washington State and Texas Tech, this is all part of the program where he will turn it over. He will get rid of the players who are not buying into the program, and you have to take a bit of pain in the first year. But that's not to say there won't be fireworks tonight. As you rightly point out, both teams hate each other. It's not the drive between Oxford and Starkville is not the longest. They're terribly far apart. And it will get tetchy. It will get wild. And I would hope and expect it will get a lot of points in this game. This could be a really high scoring game. But I can't see beyond Ole Miss, because Ole Miss are just one of the most exciting teams to watch this year. I think State are just on a bit of a downer. So I fully expect a great game, but Ole Miss to run out winners.
Nice little preview there of the Egg Bowl. Certainly a game that I look forward to watching every year. It's usually on like a Thursday night, and I usually stay up to watch it and just go into work absolutely wrecked the next day. I got a touchdown to tell you about. Miami of Ohio up 16-0 now against Akron with the extra points still to come. Indiana are in the red zone against Maryland. Oklahoma State forced a fumble in their game against Texas Tech, but then couldn't get anything going on offense and had to punt the ball away. They still lead by 4 points. Interesting uniform combination for you today, Si. Oklahoma State wearing their orange jerseys, their bright orange jerseys, with white pants, orange helmets with white decals rather than black decals. And I've got to say, looks a lot nicer.
I'll let you have it for the time being. I'll pass judgment on it later. Anything that Oklahoma State does cannot be right for starters. There's always bright orange. I mean, there's only one shade of orange that's worthwhile, isn't there, really? And that's the burnt orange, to be fair. Alluding to this Egg Bowl, I think it's quite one of the most interesting Egg Bowls we're going to see for a while in terms of the battle on the field, because, of course, we do have 2 new head coaches there. And I think Ole Miss have hit the ground running under Lane Kiffin, haven't they? And Matt Corral's really come out, and blossomed under his leadership. Whereas in Mississippi State, like George alluded to, it's really, we've seen a few square pegs in round holes, maybe. I mean, we saw Kylan Hill opt out after a few games into the season. He just really didn't fit into that new system, did he? And I think even the transfer quarterback KJ Costello from Stanford hasn't worked out either. So they do seem a little bit behind in terms of like the progression arc of the two programs. I think I'm with George as well in terms. I just don't see. Interestingly enough, when you hear about Mississippi State and Mike Leach, and you think, it's all about offense, but the defense is one of the best in the SEC. They held Georgia to 8 yards rushing last week. It's not something you really attribute to. So I think the battleground could be, the offensive Ole Miss versus the defense of Mississippi State. But I do expect Lane Kiffin's Rebels to come out on top in that one.
Yeah, and I mean, the other talking point is what crazy thing is Lane Kiffin going to do today? Last week or a couple of weeks ago, we saw him throw the clipboard out the stadium. And, it's not a clipboard, sorry.
It's not.
Must be reminded, it's not a clipboard. But still, that thing got some air. That thing went high in the air.
Well, it did, because one of his assistants had to go and get it, right? And the boy had to run up the stairs to go into the stand to go and get it. I mean, that did take off, those field notes, I think, as he calls them, or whatever it is, game notes.
Yeah, so that's what crazy thing is he going to do tonight? George, give us an update on the Florida game. Are they rolling now?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fitted in the pattern, the same as last week, to be honest. They've just started to, turn the screw on Kentucky, and, Kentucky just been drawn offside, so it's going from bad to worse for them, to be perfectly honest. This is starting to take familiar shape. This is kind of what it was like last week, where we got to the half and we thought, oh my word, Florida are not running away with this game. They're 21-10 up, and halfway through the third quarter, Kentucky started to make some mistakes, and they're effectively, they were on their 25-yard line. They've been drawn offside, so they're going to go back 10 yards. They're going to be 15. Yeah, I mean, this is. I just don't think Kentucky have got the offensive tools there to try and get them out a hole like this. So I think you have to be up on Florida and try and hold them out. It's going to be interesting.
Okay, coolio. Simon Carroll, what's happened in your game?
Well, Michigan simply cannot throw the ball down the field is the biggest concern. K McNamara's all passes are out to the flat, screen passes, that kind of thing. And even on 3rd and 10, they pulled the same trick. And of course, it didn't move the chains. So they've had to settle for a field goal. But we are, party time, within one score. So it's 17-10 to Penn State. Is this the comeback for those Wolverines? Also, breaking news, my wife just brought me a Twix and a cup of tea upstairs.
What?
So take your Tinder and keep it, mate. I'm quite happy with where I am right now.
I want a cup of tea and a Twix.
I don't know about a cup of tea, but I'll take the Twix.
What's wrong with a cup of tea? It's a staple part of being a Brit, having a cup of tea.
It's a Saturday night, mate.
My teacup is empty. I need a refill.
I've been promised one of these cups and it's still not appeared.
The College Chaps merch is available. If you go to the College Chaps Twitter page, the link is on there. So great merch. We've got some great T-shirts as well. Jumper that Ollie is modelling. There for you.
Championship edition.
Our Championship edition hoodies and everything else. So there's some great merch if you want College Chaps merch. We might even bring out some College Football Live merch on the store as well. So
just to go back to Florida for a second, you were talking about the Egg Bowl, and the Egg Bowl for the longest period was played on Thanksgiving on the Thursday, as you rightly point out, Alex. This would, under normal circumstances, this would have been the Florida rivalry game. This would be Florida Gators against Florida State. And I can only imagine what the Florida Gators would do to that truly awful Florida State team.
It'd be glorious. It'd be glorious.
It'd be glorious. Quick update for you in the Maryland-Indiana game. Baby Tua took the snap in his own end zone tried to run the ball and was tackled for a 4-yard loss and a safety. So Indiana leads 9-3 in that one there. So not the greatest of starts for Baby Tua in this second half of this game. Maryland playing their first game for a long time after COVID concerns.
Ooh, touchdown for Northern Illinois. So my game's still at the half, so I'm watching Northern Illinois against Western Michigan. And the Huskies are 0-3 and Western Michigan are 3-0, but the Huskies have just taken a lead midway through the third quarter. They've done a really good job of shutting down Western Michigan's whole offense, to be honest. Western Michigan quarterback Ellaby just under 50% pass completion percentage at the start of his third quarter. Dwayne Eskridge, who has been leading the nation for yards per reception, has only had 2 catches so far all game. And Illinois are about to kick the field goal to make it 24-20. So if you're looking for a Maction upset, that could be where you should be looking.
Thank you very much, my Mac Sheen over there, Mr. Oliver Hodgkinson. I want to talk about Clemson. And George, don't worry, I'm not going to throw to you because I don't want to get thrown off YouTube. It's a big game for Clemson tonight against Pittsburgh. It should be a game that they win pretty comfortably. Pitt have not been brilliant this year. They've not been bad either, but they're 5-4. Clemson's 7-1 coming into this game. They haven't played since they lost to Notre Dame in overtime. It's also the first game for 5 weeks for their star quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Obviously, he missed the last 2 games against Boston College and Notre Dame, with backup DJ Uiagalelei taking snaps instead of him after Lawrence was tested positive for the coronavirus. He kind of feels to me like he needs to come in and just get a bit of momentum today to restart and re-energise this Clemson season, because with the loss to Notre Dame, they're not the number 1 team in the country anymore. I know for you, Ollie, they haven't been the number 1 team in the country for quite a while. They feel like they've kind of middled out a little bit. Trevor Lawrence is going to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft as long as he declares. That's almost certain now. And it almost feels like we're just kind of playing a waiting game for it to get to April for him. He needs to come out and have a big performance here to, as I say, get things kick-started again for this season.
Yeah, I think Clemson are in a good spot, though. I think, obviously they win out, they're in the playoffs. So I think they're very capable of doing that. Presumably against Notre Dame in the conference game, it's all but guaranteed if they manage to do so. And 1 loss without Trevor Lawrence is not really a blip, considering how well they played anyway. But I wouldn't sleep on Pittsburgh at all. Surprisingly, Clemson are only 11th best rushing outfit in the ACC, despite having Travis Etienne on that team. And when they go up against Panthers D-line, which is absolutely beastie, Rashad Weaver, Pat Jones, and Savokia Dennis, they're all dogs. They're big-time defensive linemen. And Pittsburgh can throw the football. Kenny Pickett, the quarterback's come back, hasn't he? And looked pretty decent. 88 points the last 2 games for Pittsburgh. So then you've got the hoo-ha, which I'm sure George would love to get into with Dabo Swinney in Florida State. This could be a trap game, I would say. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still expect Clemson to win, but it wouldn't be surprised. I don't see it happening, particularly Trevor Lawrence, but with the spread, the spread is Clemson are favoured by 24 points. I'd take the points there big time if I'm betting, man. I think Pittsburgh can keep it much closer than that.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be such a walkover as that. You cast your mind back a couple of seasons to when Clemson last played Pittsburgh, and Trevor Lawrence wasn't exactly the shining beacon of the Clemson offense in that game. He went 12-24 for a 50% completion percentage. He did have 2 touchdowns, but just over 100 yards. And the guy that literally ran that game for Clemson in that ACC championship game was Travis Etienne. I don't think the thing with Trevor Lawrence is you're not looking at a guy who is going to, as Alex alluded to, he's not going to bump up his draft stock. He's not going to have his draft stock damaged by whatever happens in the next couple of games. But I think as a guy who was a pre-season Heisman favourite, you want to see him come back out from this, put together what won't be a Heisman resume, because I think he's missed too much of the season being out, but a Heisman type performance in both of these remaining ACC games. He's going to need to turn it on against Notre Dame, presumably in the ACC championship game, so that Clemson can go, look, we lost to Notre Dame because we didn't have our starting quarterback. If they can prove that in the ACC championship game, makes, in the eyes of the playoff committee, that's another tick in Clemson's box. But I don't. I think that the game will run through Travis Etienne personally today. You look at Pitt and Simon reference their defensive line, and they're missing, for me, probably the guy who would have been the beating heart of that defensive line this season in Jalen Twyman. He opted out at the start of the season. They have lost since then another couple of guys, including safety Paris Ford, who has been a big part of that defense. He opted out. I can't remember if it was this week or the week before. He won't play for Pitt again. But they certainly managed to steady the ship, because they had such a great start to the season, Pitt. They were 4-0, and then they went on the 4 straight defeats off the back of a Notre Dame defeat. So the last 2 games put up 40-odd points, as Simon alluded to, with Kenny Pickett, who is turning himself into a bit of a NFL draft Twitter darling. And Alex Chinery has an update, and presumably it's Oklahoma State losing.
Yep, touchdown Red Raiders. Eric Izukanma with the touchdown catch. It's a lovely pass from Alan Bowman, and he beats his man on a deep crossing route here, and the guy recovers. The cornerback for Oklahoma State recovers to try and make the tackle, but he can't bring him down, and it's a lead now for Texas Tech. They lead 24-21, pending the extra point, I believe. Oh no, they've kicked it. It's 24-21. The Texas Tech lead, and don't worry, if they upset Oklahoma State here, you will not hear the end of it from me. Just a couple of scores and one big news update. I will come back to you, Ollie, after I am done. SMU has scored and converted 2-point conversion. They now are losing 45-15 against Eastern Carolina. Georgia Southern leading 24-13 against Georgia State in that game. Miami of Ohio are leading 24-0, and a bit of news that NC State have pulled back a touchdown against Syracuse. That is 20-22 now. I imagine they go for the 2-point conversion to try and tie things up. George, bit of news that you're going to, well, you might not enjoy as an Alabama fan. Tank Bigsby is out there for Auburn. He is participating in warm-ups, so it looks as though he might be good to go for the Iron Bowl. Mr. Oliver Hodgkinson, over to you.
Well, to be honest, the interruption was going to be just more of me talking about my fantasy football playoff matchup, who I've got your man from Texas Tech sat on the bench at 17.5 points after that touchdown. But what I will talk about is the big play that Dustin Crumbs just found Isaiah McCoy for a good 40-yard gain. And, nearly found him again in the end zone. It looks like it's going to be defensive pass interference, which is going to take Kent State right down to the goal line. So he could be having a touchdown from me very shortly.
Okay, we will come back to you if that does go, or if they do get in. George, Tank Bigsby playing possibly for Auburn, still waiting for confirmation, but he's out there for warm-ups, which looks promising for them.
I think that's good news for Auburn fans, to be honest. I think he's been electrifying in the game. In the games that I've seen so far, he's a standout for me. I'm just watching Florida in the red zone. Quite an interesting thing in the Florida game. A couple of plays ago, something you don't see often. Kel Trask sacked 2 plays in succession, and Florida kicked a field goal to go 24-10 up. They've now got the ball back, and they're now at the 10-yard line, third and 5. Sorry, not 10-yard line, third and 5. So see if they can convert this. But yeah, I think for Auburn to run the ball, to run the clock, to make progress is the way to go against the Alabama defense. You get past that defensive line, touchdown Florida, and it's your man Kyle Pitts again. So fantasy football owners who are reveling in this, not including Ollie. He's making a mockery of it all now, and that's that I think that's pretty much the game against Kentucky. Plucky Kentucky are no longer.
Back into Mr. Hodgkinson. Did Kent State get in the end zone?
They did. They punched it in, and frustratingly, technical difficulties which have dogged me all afternoon meant I missed the touchdown. But Xavier Williams ran it in for a 1-yard touchdown. Went for just kick the extra point. So it would Kent State are back within 4, 35-31 Buffalo, and we're still very early in the third quarter here.
Oh, Texas Tech. Oh, Texas Tech. What have you done?
Get that light orange.
What have you done? A surprise onside kick. It just pops up into the Oklahoma State coverage team's hands. And it's number 25. I don't know who it is. Taylor. So Taylor for Oklahoma State just pops up into his hands and he's got a free run to the end zone. So the surprise onside kick backfires massively for Texas Tech, and just after taking the lead, they're back behind to this Oklahoma State team, and it's a roller coaster. The Big 12, it's an absolute roller coaster. Indiana are in the red zone against Maryland in that game. You think a score there probably ends that one, considering how poor Maryland have been on offense today. Georgia State is also in the red zone against Georgia Southern, and they've gone in for the touchdown, so they lead. Sorry, they cut the gap to 5 with the extra point to come. Georgia Southern leading Georgia State 24-19 in that one. Ooh, and breathe. Actually, no, don't breathe. There's another touchdown to tell you about. Ohio have another touchdown against Bowling Green. They lead 52-10 now in that one. Now I can breathe a little bit.
Someone tell Ohio that Bowling Green's dead. There's no need to pile on anymore. It's over.
We talk about. Sorry to interrupt. We talk about the worst teams in college football with Akron and UMass. We alluded to earlier, but Bowling Green are really not much better this season either.
One of us picked Bowling Green to beat Ohio today. I can't remember who.
Yeah,
it was.
me.
It wasn't me.
Might well have been me, to be fair. I like Bowling Green. There's a lot of history there.
There's a lot of history there. Another Larry Roundtree touchdown, which really does take this game well away from Vanderbilt now. But I have to say, Roundtree's had a lot of the ball in this game, and whether Vanderbilt have put up enough of a defence, he's looked pretty good.
I love this Heisman Watch graphic that's just popped up in the Oklahoma State game. And Kyle Trask has 31 passing touchdowns already this year and is miles ahead of everyone else. It's absolutely crazy what he's doing down there. Touchdown for Ball State in their game. They lead Toledo 23-3 with the extra point to come. They're in more action for you. Just some great games going on already today, but I want to talk about a team who have really surprised us all with their fantastic defense over there in the Big Ten. It looks as though they're pretty much confirmed now for the Big Ten title game after they defeated Wisconsin last week, and Wisconsin's game this week got cancelled. I'm talking about Northwestern. Today, they head to East Lansing to face Michigan State in a game that they are 13-point favourites for. When you've got a team that only scores 20 to 30 points a game, being 13-point favourites is a pretty large spread. But this defence is so good, I'm just not sure how Michigan State is going to score on them. Guys, what are your thoughts on this Northwestern team?
Just firstly, before we talk about the Northwestern team, let's talk about how indicative that spread line is of how bad Michigan State are. You referenced the Northwestern offense isn't exactly going to set the world alight, but that defense has been fantastic. Michigan State have been absolutely abysmal this season, and continue to be, and will continue to be tonight. I can't see any other result than a Northwestern win, which probably means Michigan State will probably win quite comfortably now that I've put that out there. But we're looking at Northwestern. They're going to be in the Big Ten championship game. That seems pretty obvious. Question is then, can they win the Big Ten championship? And for me, I think it's a little bit of a stretch. It's a little bit outside of their realms to be able to beat an Ohio State team. And you look at, that's going to be a repeat of the 2018 Big Ten championship game that Northwestern got fairly comfortably beaten by Ohio State. That was their first appearance in the Big Ten championship game as well, if I remember rightly. And it seems unlikely that despite that defense, they would be able to overcome an Ohio State team that is so offensively talented. But that being said, we've had Indiana Ohio State on as one of the featured games on this show last week, and Indiana just proved what teams can do to Justin Fields if they manage to put pressure on him. And I think in that game, that was probably the most pressure that is action from Simon Carroll.
Well, very limited. Sorry to interrupt you, Ollie. Okay. Sean Clifford with his feet as per usual. He wasn't even looking to run this time. Dropped back, all kinds of pressure. Managed to step through the pocket and scamper for about 35 yards. A nice big run. Knocking on the door now, Penn State. So we go back to you, Ollie.
Just quickly before Ollie starts up again, the Indiana Hoosiers have scored a touchdown against Maryland, so that is 17-3 down there now. That game is over, I would imagine. Mr. Hodgkinson, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've not really got a great deal more to add. I mean, you look at, as I said, the pressure that Indiana put on Justin Fields and that Ohio State offense. Could Northwestern provide a shock by being more defensively savvy? Oh, Jared Patterson, you are a bad man. The Northwestern defense is clearly better than Indiana's, so could they combine that pressure with a better secondary and a better linebacking group to provide a more difficult task and maybe a different result? I still think Ohio State are the favourite for the Big Ten championship. They need to put on a show as the college football playoff rankings unfold over the next few weeks. Ohio State are going to have to, they've got a cancelled game today. They're going to have to start really showing that they're strong enough. And
so there's two parts to that equation, Ollie. One is, as far-fetched as it may seem, there's no guarantee that Ohio State get to play enough games to get them into the Big Ten championship game, right? And so therefore you could end up with a scenario where it could be Northwestern and Indiana, and then it's anybody's game, frankly, right? And then the second one is for the other two lads, as Alex holds his head in shock, is that
what a pick six from Oklahoma State. Wow, the speed to break on this ball from the cornerback there, Sterling, I think it is, the cornerback for Oklahoma State. I don't know his first name.
Sorry, AC. Record watch. We're on record.
Let's go over to Ollie for record watch, but just quickly, the leap to get this pick six, he must have leapt about 1.5 meters off the ground, and then at full stretch picks this pass out of the air. It's incredible bit of athleticism. Somehow then stays on his feet to get into the end zone. It's a crazy play. Let's go over to Buffalo Kent State for record watch.
Oh, it's Jared Patterson. It's his 6th touchdown of the night. He actually ties his own personal single game high. He had 6 touchdowns in a game last season, but fairly straightforward, straight down the middle, dragged a man into the end zone, and that's the extra points gone through. So Buffalo 42-31 up, and it's the Jared Patterson show.
He's almost broken 300 yards rushing as well in this one, so... Yeah, as Ollie says, records are looking likely to be shattered today by Jarrett Patterson. So certainly some really cool action so far today in these games. Mr. Carroll, back to you. Penn State in the red zone.
Yeah, well, they've kicked a field goal. Classic game this so far. It's a run past the flat, turn the ball over. But yeah, they managed to work their way down with a Sean Clifford run. They've kicked the field goal. There's 2 scores ahead. I'm going to throw it over to George to discuss playoff implications with Northwestern. What I would like to say is that this program is set for the long haul. It's really well established now. The job that Pat Fitzgerald's done since he's been there. He's a wildcat through and through. He played there. He's come through the different position ranks there. He's been head coach for 4 or 5 years now. He's done an amazing job there. And the facilities they've got in Northwestern, it's the Walter Athletic Centre. It's absolutely stunning up in Evanston. It's amazing. And I really do think that if it's not this year, they're going to make noises for a long time to come. And I don't. Can they beat Ohio State? Why not? Absolutely, why not? It feels as one of those days. Players like Paddy Fisher. I mean, I absolutely love Paddy Fisher because all he ever does is obliterate people with the football, and it's just entertaining to watch. But yeah, in terms of the playoff picture, I think George is probably the best person to speak to regarding that one.
Well, just to go back on what you just said there, Simon, I absolutely agree. And the second point I was going to make was exactly that that's a prime example of a team that has an idea and a long-term goal for the program, and that's what you get with stability. And I know you boys are not going to want to hear it, but if you turn Tom Herman out at Texas this year, then you're just going to rip it up and start again. And to my mind, programs have to let the coaches run through and see where they get to it with it. And that's why I think Northwestern's such a success story, to be honest.
Another touchdown, this one, Texas Tech taking it into the house. Xavier White takes it a long way, must be about a 50, 60-yard touchdown run, and they are an extra point away from cutting Oklahoma State's lead to 3 points. This has been a proper Big 12 ding-dong shootout style battle between these two teams. We're already up to 65 points on the game as Texas Tech kicks the extra point here, and it looked like he might have gone out of bounds. They've given the touchdown, but that was very, very close.
Oh, wow.
So Oklahoma State leading 34-31 here. Let's go to Si.
Well, we've seen the first downfield pass from K. McNamara, which was nice. Excellent reception from AJ Henning. He's just tried to go again, and it's come off the fingertips of his receiver, and it's almost picked off. This is the fine line that I think both these offenses are trying to tread right now, and particularly Michigan now are chasing the game by 10 points. They're going to have to start throwing the ball downfield, but every pass is heart and mouth stuff, it would seem. Just going to another break. I think someone's taking a timeout, or it might have hit the third. We're just about to start the fourth quarter after this break.
The comeback could be on in Carolina. Going in at halftime, Eastern Carolina led SMU 45-7. Since halftime, SMU has scored 2 touchdowns back to back. They are now just 24 points behind with 5 minutes left in the third quarter. It's 45-21. If the SMU defense can somehow hold out this Eastern Carolina offense, then maybe, just maybe, they're able to put up enough points to carry on. Crazy stat from this Texas Tech-Oklahoma State game. Texas Tech has put up 222 yards offensively in the third quarter. Oklahoma State 25 offensive yards, not because of a returned onside kick for a touchdown and then a pick six. Oklahoma State still leads this one 34-31. Crazy game, only in the Big 12. For more Big 12 as well, make sure you check out Red River Roundup. That's coming out tomorrow with a 2-week edition after we missed out last week. We're going to discuss Bedlam last week, the result of this Texas Tech-Oklahoma State game this week, Iowa State-Texas yesterday. Yeah, all of the happenings in the Big 12 will be discussed, and we will look at who is going to be potentially in the Big 12 championship game once that situation is a little bit clearer, because there's been some games cancelled that need to be replayed. Oklahoma, West Virginia today was cancelled. Last week's Texas's game with Kansas was cancelled, although that doesn't look like it's going to have a huge effect on the standings now. But yeah, some big happenings in the Big 12. Teams in the red zone to tell you about. Syracuse is in the red zone. They are up by 2 points against NC State. Indiana is in the red zone. They're up 14 against Maryland. And Toledo is in the red zone. They're trailing by 21 against Ball State. And that was a big run from Jackson for Oklahoma State. So every time I see these guys running for Oklahoma State, they look like Chuba Hubbard, and I think I'm trying to see if it's him in the game, but he's not in the game. I don't know if he's injured or not. It hasn't come across my sort of radar here, but it looks like Oklahoma State are about to score a touchdown here, and they are. Spencer Sanders with the throw. I'm just trying to see who caught it. Oh, it has to be number 2, Tylan Wallace, doesn't it? And I believe it is. I'm just making sure that he is number 2. I think he is. Yeah, Tylan Wallace, number 2, with the touchdown over his shoulder grab in the back of the end zone. It's a really nicely thrown ball. Was he down? Yeah, I think he got a foot down there. But the corner was just draped over Tylan Wallace, who uses his big frame to complete the catch. He's caught the ball there, and his foot's down. Yeah, it's a touchdown. So Oklahoma State now lead 40-31 in what is a crazy, crazy game in the Big 12. There's the extra point still to come, and they could take a 10-point lead in this one.
I was going to say, Al, the problems that Michigan are having on offense this game, and the defense, I mean, they might have looked better because they're playing Penn State, but I think you've got to give Jannard Green and maybe Donovan Jeter on the line some credit. Caden McNamara has thrown for 85 yards through 3 quarters, and 28 of them came on that last big play. So this is how they're struggling. If you can't throw the ball, obviously there's no respect to the pass, and the run game's being stifled somewhat. And outside of that big 60-yard run from Hassan Haskins, I think they've got about 50 yards on the ground as well. So it really is a struggle for Michigan to move the football, and they're going to have to start doing it now. I think they've just come back out for the fourth quarter, and then we're on 3rd and 2, marching. I don't know why I said that phrase. Trundling down the field.
Trundling down the field.
You thought you were falling army again, Simon. That's what it was.
That's it, mate. Yeah, I have to think of a better one for the Wolverines. Stalking down the field or something like that.
No, I think trundling down the field. I think trundling down the field suits Michigan just fine.
I know there's a few of you lads do the whole uniform watch. What do you make of the Indiana uniform today? I normally like Indiana's uniform, but I'm not good at that camouflage thing.
Yeah, it's the khaki one. It's the camouflage one, isn't it? Yeah. It's not. I like mine to be a little bit more subtle. I'm a big fan of the white uniforms, the alternates for most teams. I think they look well smart. For instance, Penn State and the whites and blue numbers, I think, are phenomenal. But yeah, and one of my Ollie's favourite uniforms is SMU's white Dallas ones. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not too hot on the really gaudy ones. Some of them pull it off, like Oregon tend to pull it off with some of theirs, but. Yeah, not for me, that Indiana one. We've got a big play here. Absolutely, where we got tackle about 10 yards out there. The Michigan wide receiver, I don't know if it was AJ Henning. I think it was a running back. I think it was Blake Corum who took it for about 15 yards there. In scoring range here for Michigan, we could have a close one to finish.
They usually are close for you, Si. They usually are close for you.
Let's hope there's got some controversy at the end, isn't it?
Oh,
a college football game without it, is it?
Especially for Penn State. They've been involved in all sorts of controversy this year. The call stands in the Oklahoma State game, so that touchdown, it took all that time for them to confirm that it was actually scored. SMU is in the red zone again against Eastern Carolina, but it looks like they're going to have to kick a field goal. That will cut the lead to 21 points if it is successful. Si, what's going on with yours?
Add another name to the freshman running back watch list. Blake Corum bouncing out to the right side. Absolutely lowers the shoulder, lowers the boom on a linebacker for Penn State. Almost stays on his feet, dives down to the 1 yard line. It's 2nd and 1. It's going to take a while because it always does. Won't be surprised if there's a flag either. Now I've got the I formation. It's gone back into the hands of Corum. He's going to go in. Is he going in? It's not Corum. It's Hassan Haskins with his 2nd touchdown of the day. Over the line. Point after, and we're in a 3-point game, lads.
Very nice. Syracuse stretched their lead to 9 points over NC State with a touchdown in that one.
Touchdown for Mizzou. Damon Hazleton, wide receiver, got it. So Missouri now up 41 points to 0.
Oh.
So
good because I can just pack up now and go and have my chicken wings. They were getting ready for Iron Bowl.
The joke that I made in our group chat about Sarah Fuller potentially coming in to kick points for Vanderbilt to get them off of a 0 score on the scoreboard is quite looking potentially like it could come true.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I mean, the whole Vanderbilt sidelines looking really dejected. So I just don't know where they go from it. They are not the team that I've watched in the last 2 weeks. That's for sure.
I think George taking on a big bowl of chicken wings is more of a contest than this Mizzou Vandy game. So we'll watch you do that instead if you don't mind. Though.
Yeah, I'm just tempted to reassign George to one of the other games, potentially NC State Syracuse, because that looks like it's going to be a close one over there in the ACC, and it's in the Carrier Dome, which is one of the cooler venues to watch college football in. I always think with the big tarpaulin top, as it looks like it is, it's almost like you're playing football inside a circus tent, which often is reflected in Syracuse's performance on the field as well. Obviously, that they are a basketball school though, so we can let them off with their football underperformance. Indiana has kicked a field goal. They are now up 17 against Maryland. They lead 20-3 with 13:27 left in the fourth quarter of that game there. As we look around the fourth quarters, we need to take another break because it has been over an hour. My voice, as you can probably tell, is starting to go. We are bleeding over into the fourth quarter in a lot of games here, except for Ollie's Kent State Buffalo, which still has loads left to go in the third for some strange reason. But yes, we will be back in a couple of minutes. We are just going to go and get ourselves some refreshments, etc. So yeah, we'll be back very, very soon. Cheers, guys. See you in a bit. Okay, welcome back to College Football Live. We're into the home stretch now in the games that we are covering. I will go around our analysts for a little bit of a quick update very, very soon. I've got a couple of things to update you on those. Some breaking news from Ian Rappaport. The Detroit Lions have fired GM Bob Quinn and head coach Matt Patricia after their awful season so far. As a Green Bay Packers fan myself, I'm devastated by this news because it will no longer mean, well, it could mean that the Detroit Lions are no longer 2 wins that you can put on Green Bay's record before the season starts. Going around the grounds very quickly, North Carolina, NC State managed to pull a touchdown back. It looks like Oklahoma State have just grabbed a massive turnover here against Texas Tech. They lead by 10. Syracuse lead NC State by 2. In their game, Indiana's back in the red zone against Maryland, who look a sorry state at the minute. Georgia State have just taken the lead against Georgia Southern with a touchdown. They will go for 2, I'd imagine, considering they're up 1 point. So I will let you know how that one goes. And Eastern Carolina are in the red zone. A touchdown here would most certainly put that game out of sight, you would imagine. They were leading 45-7 at one point. SMU got it back to 45-24, but any score here for Eastern Carolina probably ends things. Going to go over to George for an update on Florida, Kentucky. How's it going, my man?
It's still very much the same. I mean, Florida got a lot of the ball. Games been played out in the middle of the park. It's still the same. And as we know, over Missouri, that game is well and truly over with 4 minutes left. Still 41 points to 0 against Vanderbilt. So, not much of an update. Those games are starting to peter out a little bit, to be perfectly honest. Florida are really just killing a game off. And Kentucky seem to have lost the fight.
Okay, Simon Carroll, next up.
Well, we've got Penn State marching down the field a little bit here, and that is actually a fair description this time. Kayvon Lee's got the ball back in his hands again. He's making big runs, and first sighting of Jahan Dotson, who I thought 2 weeks ago when I watched them, he was probably the biggest weapon. A downfield pass from Sean Clifford, which was nice to see. Clifford with his legs as well.
Touchdown.
I'll send it over to Rolly in a second. Kayvon Lee's just almost taken into the red zone here. Me and George joked a little bit this week, didn't we, about how far it was from Ann Arbor to Detroit. Maybe Jim Harbaugh, that's on. Maybe that's on, George.
Yeah, that would be quite something.
I wouldn't be surprised, Simon, because I think what we've touched on this before. I think Harbaugh leaves Michigan on Harbaugh's terms. To be honest, he either leaves at the end of his contract, which is next season, or he decides to take a job, and maybe he can go to Detroit. Detroit's a huge job. There's a lot of potential up there in a really good conference in the NFL. I mean, that's a very attractive conference to coach in, I think. Over
to Ollie, who I want to ask, why do the Buffalo coaching staff hate fun?
Yeah, they certainly do. Jared Patterson is a guy who loves fun, but he's being deprived fun. But let's be honest, we're saying the Buffalo coaching staff hate fun, but they really are not taking the foot off the neck of the beast. They went for it on fourth and 2. When they could have easily kicked a field goal to make it a 14-point game. Went for it on 4th and 2. Quarterback Kyle Van Trees just placed it out the outstretched hand of wide receiver Antonio Nunn, but he'd been held in the end zone early on in the play. So flag gives Buffalo the first down, and running back, the other running back for Buffalo, Kevin Marks, gets his first rushing touchdown of the game. But a little bit of hilarity earlier on in the half. Buffalo had forced Kent State to punt, and it was quite clear the coaching staff weren't going to put Jared Patterson back in the game. Kevin Marks went to trot onto the field, and Jared Patterson just gives him a little yank back and tries to get on the field himself. This guy's hungry. He wants the record. He wants all the fun. But Buffalo are certainly spoiling Kent State's fun this afternoon.
They certainly are. Some updates from around the grounds quickly. Georgia State got that 2-point conversion, so they lead Georgia Southern by 3 points, 27-24. Just under 3 minutes left in that game. So that's a close finish on ESPN Player. for you there. East Carolina got in for a touchdown against SMU. That one is now over. I would imagine they lead by 28 points there with 13 minutes to go. Northern Illinois and Western Michigan are tied at 27 apiece with 9 minutes to go in that game. And as we look around, I believe that is all the updates we have. I mean, I would love Jim Harbaugh to go to Detroit, to the Lions. I just don't rate him that highly. I think that they've got to make a forward-thinking hire. I like the move to fire Matt Patricia and Bob Quinn now. I think it sends out a message to the franchise that things have changed and that losing along those lines will not be tolerated. You know, being a defensive specialist and having a defense that's that bad will not be tolerated. And I would like to see them make a splashy hire. In truth, I watch them. I have to watch them twice a year, every season. So if they're a little bit good and they're a little bit interesting to watch and things, you know, that makes my life all the better. But you know, interesting there. Another interesting thing is happening in the game that Simon is watching. Si.
Will Levis comes in, takes the quarterback keeper, touchdown for Penn State. It's a 3-yard run. They just literally just rolled down the field, and Michigan defense, which for so long was so good, just could not stop it whatsoever. And this is a Penn State offense that isn't very exciting at all. Jahan Dotson got in, as I mentioned, he had a couple more receptions on that drive. 27-17 is going to be with the point after. Michigan are toast.
Oliver Hodgkinson, I heard you moan.
Quite, yeah. Deshaun Polk, the wide receiver for Kent State, took the kickoff in his own end zone. It looked like he was going to take a knee, brought it out, evaded a good chunk of the Buffalo defense, and looked like he was on his way to getting a kickoff return touchdown. But he, having to be fair to him, absolutely stood up like a brick wall to what was a good tackle deep in their own Kent State's own territory. But then he's been upended by someone tickling him, and he's down on the ground. And unfortunately, the possibility of a big play to bring Kent State back into it is nullified. There's also a flag on the play, so I presume it's coming back anyway.
Like any good kickoff return, it's coming back for a flag.
Presumably illegal blocking the back.
It always is. It always is. Some close games still going on around the grounds. Like I said, North Carolina Syracuse has just hit the end of the third quarter. That's a 2-point game on ESPN Player if you want to watch that one. Down here in Stillwater, the Oklahoma State Cowboys are up 10 against Texas Tech, but Texas Tech has the ball and is rolling in that one. Cy is watching a 10-point game between Penn State and Michigan over there on ESPN. That's on ESPN Player and BT Sport. Also on ESPN Player, Northern Illinois and Western Michigan are currently locked at 27 apiece with just over 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of that one. And with just 2 minutes left, Georgia State leads Georgia Southern 27-24. But Oliver Hodgkinson has an interception for us.
Dustin Crum, of very few interceptions, manages to find Buffalo safety Corey Groves Jr. and I suspect it's in very good field position for Buffalo. I suspect this could be game over here. It's a great play by Corey Groves, to be fair. He's completely read Dustin Crum's eyes, got in front of the intended target and just snaffled himself an INT for the day. And Buffalo, I think, looks around the 25-30 yard line of Kent State. So give the ball to Jared Patterson, Buffalo.
Let's break the record, please. But yeah, that looks like that game is pretty much done now. We are just record watching there with Jared Patterson. So, lots happening. Some of these games are starting to kind of move away from one another now. Penn State looking control against Michigan. They've got the ball back, haven't they, Si?
I wouldn't know, man. I'm still on a commercial break, as it says here. So
fair enough.
I think my feed's. We're back from it. I'll let you know as soon as I see it, mate. I suspect your ticker's a little bit further ahead than mine, mate.
It looks like just kicking off, actually, anyway. This ticker's a little bit weird with some of it. I'm still getting used to some of the quirks. I think probably the biggest upset of this second half is that Ohio haven't added any extra points. In their routing of Bowling Green, it looks like they are looking after the Bowling Green Falcons a little bit and not running up the score too much in that one. Just looking around the grounds now. Oklahoma State, looks like Texas Tech went for it on 4th and 1 and didn't get it. I'm just looking here at this play now, looking at the replay. Yeah, handed, and it was a tackle for loss. I believe it was on 4th and 1, and the ball reverts over to the Oklahoma State side of the field. It looks like time is running out rather quickly for Texas Tech as they give up the ball to the Cowboys there.
There's not much of more of a creepier sight than the big house in Michigan being completely empty. It looks freaky. It's so big. Like, I mean, when it's full of fans, it looks amazing. It's one of the most iconic settings in all of college football. But having a few plastic cardboard cutouts amongst 100,000 or so seats is just, I don't know. I suppose it's indicative of the whole kind of year that we've all had. But in terms of like an empty void. But it was just something that caught my eye then as we came back from the break. It doesn't look like there's a turnover. Cade McNamara's on the field with the football.
You know, one of the interesting things about the big house is, like many bowls, it's built into the ground. So when you drive up to the stadium, it doesn't look that big. So you're like you kind of go, you're a little bit disappointed when you first see it because you expect to see this dominating structure, but when you get inside, you realise just how big the bloody thing is.
Yeah, same. Notre Dame's got a similar vibe to it as well, hasn't it? That's right. If I think it was kind of like a fashion back in the day when they're starting to build these stadiums. And it's a smart idea. So, like, I suppose they'll look wider, but not as tall from the outside. And then when you get in, I've yet to experience such a thing. I'd absolutely love to get over there and see something like that. But it's kind of like a college football thing because the NFL stadiums are not the same.
Well, the new Rams and Chargers stadium is built in half into the ground as well. It's supposed to help with the atmosphere. It's a lot of the reason they do it is it keeps the sound in. NC State, have scored a touchdown against Syracuse here. They are an extra point away from going up by
we're now at the
5.
We're now at the final. That's the Missouri Vanderbilt game finish. So that ran out very quickly.
The first finish so far in these games. Georgia State has managed to kick a field goal and they go up 6 points now against Georgia Southern. Just under 2 minutes left. Spencer Sanders has just rushed for a touchdown for Oklahoma State and basically put that game on ice for them. They lead by 16 now with 9:44 left to go in the fourth quarter of that game. So I am going to throw on the NC State Syracuse game in front of me here to keep you up to date with that, which is a one-score game as I speak to you now still. And NC State leading by 4 points here. I believe we are waiting for them to either attempt a 2-point conversion or kick the extra point. I'm not 100% sure.
Michigan really struggling to move this football. We've got a nice little run from Chris Evans. Not Ginger, just so you know. But that is awful. That is every aspect of this Michigan offense is struggling here. Cade McNamara can't seem to get rid of anybody. The offensive line's porous, and the running game's suffering as a result. This is with 10 points left, 7.5 minutes of the game, so half a quarter to get 2 scores. You just don't see it happening. And when Penn State get the football, they're very able to wind the clock down on this Michigan defense, who, despite having some moments, have just struggled because they can't get off the field and their own offense can't seem to string together a drive. Oh, and that's so close to a pick as well. This game is fast becoming a nightmare for Jim Harbaugh. This because, as mentioned earlier, a 0-5 Penn State team might be more of an embarrassing loss than a 1-3 Rutgers team. So.
Yeah, I'd go a long way to agreeing with that, and I think you won't see Jim Harbaugh fired before the end of the season. I don't think at Michigan, but I can see them. I don't know whether they come to an agreement for his tenure to end early or how they word it, but I would. I can really see. I can see him being the coach there week 1 next year, but even with a loss, here, it's going to be such a hard position to be in.
I'm not quite sure what's happened here. I think the awful cameraman work there. We just couldn't see Kay McNamara on the screen as he dropped back, but he was flushed out the pocket to the right. He got tackled. He's lost the football. I'm not sure if the diving Penn State defender managed to keep it in bounds before hitting him, going out of bounds himself, and then scooped up by number 25. So there's a flag on the play. I still don't know if it's a turnover or not. There's been absolutely no call yet from the referees, but come back to me in a bit and I'll let you know just if that's the cherry on top of this Michigan offensive performance.
It certainly sounds like it could be for Michigan there. So as George said, you may or may not have heard, Vanderbilt lost 41-0 against Missouri earlier today. That game is already finished. Sarah Fuller made history for Vanderbilt. She became the first female to play and see the field in a Power 5 game, the first FBS player to see the field as a female for 4 years. She came on and kicked one of the kickoffs for Vanderbilt in this game. She was down to be their kicker after COVID-19 disrupted the kicking unit for Vanderbilt this year. Obviously, Vandy couldn't get in a position for her to attempt any actual field goals or point after tries, but still comes on and makes history, and we are super, super proud of her here on College Football Live. It was a really cool thing to see. Indiana have scored a touchdown. They lead 27-3 now against Maryland, a Maryland team who have really struggled in this game today. Georgia Southern have won a close one against Georgia State. Georgia State won a close one against Georgia Southern, 34-20 in their game there. That one has also finished. So we've spoken a fair bit about some of the games going on later today. Is there any others out there that sort of catch your eye? Ollie, Troy versus App State could be a good one, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could be. Troy 4-4, I think they are, and App State
6-2.
6-2 after they lost to Coastal Carolina. So yeah, it should be a good game, guys. Jared Patterson's got the ball in his hands. That's a touchdown. That's 7. That's 7 up for Jared Patterson. He's over 310 yards for the game as well, which is a new school single game rushing record. So yeah, 7 touchdowns in Buffalo. Literally running away with this thing. Jared Patterson just having the game of his career, as we probably expected. Troy App State, that should be a good game. Sunbelt has been the fun belt this season. There's been plenty of cracking matchups in there. Again, it should be interesting-ish to watch. Simon's got something exciting to tell us from Penn State, Michigan, which I frankly can't believe.
The turnover stands. It was a phenomenal play. It flushed out the pocket, as we mentioned, Kay McNamara. He was hit from behind by Daquan Hardy, who's cornerback, who stripped the ball out. The ball looked like it was petering out. What a play by a defensive lineman, number 18, Luigi Villan. He dived with 1 foot in bounds and swatted the ball back in bounds before he hit the white, scooped up by another defensive back, Darian Green at Warren. But somehow they've given the ball back to Michigan. There's a flag on the play. Absolutely no explanation why on the screen. Just Michigan keep the football. So despite an awesome play, it was ridiculously good. I can't. That's the best thing of the whole game, without a shadow of a doubt. That was the best moment, and I think it should have stood, unless there was something off camera that I couldn't see. But such a shame. I'll just butt in on that games later. Sneakily looking forward to Colorado, USC. I think Colorado might be a very much a trap game for USC. You've struggled.
Yeah, I was of the opinion that Colorado USC would be a trap game for USC, but unfortunately that was postponed due to COVID, and Colorado are playing San Diego State instead.
Are they?
Yeah. I personally thought Colorado would be the one of the upset wins over USC this week, so it was a shame to see that be cancelled. I think USC didn't have enough offensive linemen to play that game due to COVID. But
bottle jobs.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, it's a good game later on, and it's not even that later on now because we're 10 past 8. San Jose State, who are 4-0, at Boise State on the Smurf turf, they're 4-1. Handsome Hank Backmeyer, starting to return to some of the form that made him such an exciting freshman quarterback. San Jose State, best start to a season in program history. So that could be an interesting little game at 9 o'clock if you don't fancy watching the fighting in the Egg Bowl.
Sorry, Ollie, that one's been cancelled as well.
When?
It's showing up as cancelled here on my ticker.
Oh man, that's a really late cancellation because that was still on at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So that's a really late cancellation.
We have 3 kickoffs to tell you about. The Louisiana Raging Cajuns have kicked off against Louisiana Monroe. The Cajuns should get a really simple win in that game. Coastal Carolina, number 20 ranked Chanticleers, who I watched last week, they face off against Texas State, should win that one easily as well. And South Alabama face Arkansas State in what could be a very, very messy game that is absolutely batshit insane. Yes, Simon Carroll.
Well, there's nothing to say as per usual. It's just embarrassing to see that Michigan get that stay of execution. We're inside 6 minutes now, and they do absolutely nothing with the football. I don't know why they got the chain gang out to check this one out. It was nowhere near a first down, so it's 4th and 1 and a bit yards. Obviously, a critical moment. It's just he's tried his best. It's not a bad effort really from Hassan Haskins there, but yeah. I'm still smarting from that play. I'm furious it's not stood. I need to know. I'm going to have to put the volume on and go back and find out in a bit to find out just exactly what happened there because it was such a good play from Penn State. It was the best thing I've seen Penn State do all season. They've gone for it on 4th down of Michigan, and I don't think they've got it,
Ooh, big play in that game. That will be for Michigan. They haven't got it. Sai is just showing us here.
Pretty sure they haven't got it, and it looks like it's going to be curtains for Michigan.
Oof, 6 minutes to go there. You're going to have to get a quick stop with your defense, but still, with 2 scores needed and probably only 4 minutes on the clock to get it, you are really, really up against it if you're Jim Harbaugh. So many people linking Harbaugh to Detroit on my timeline. I just checked my Twitter timeline there, and I just don't see it personally. Why would you hire a failed college head coach at Michigan? It just seems like a backwards move for a franchise that's been, well, seemingly going backwards since its inception.
Well, put 2 and 2 together there. It's convenient. Me and George were joking about it when I can't remember what day. Was it on Thanksgiving? Basically.
Yeah, I think it was Thanksgiving. I saw you guys bashing it out on Twitter.
Yeah, just wiping away the crumbs off my lip from my Thanksgiving dinner, and it all made sense to me as I watched Detroit get absolutely beasted by Houston. But even my wife was sat there just saying that Patricia on the sidelines looked like a man who was lost, like he hadn't got a clue how to stop what was happening in front of him. But I mean, it would be funny to see Harbaugh. Maybe Harbaugh's style resonates more now. Maybe he's lost his touch in college football. Although things seem to slide a little bit in San Francisco as well. So it'll be interesting to see what his next move is, even if it isn't in the NFL.
Yeah, it was funny you say about Matt Patricia and how he looked on the sideline. I think it was at half-time in the game. They showed a timeline of Matt Patricia's portrait photo going back through the ages, and you can literally see him disintegrating in front of your very eyes over the stretch of time, to the point now where he looks like a hobo. There's no other way of putting it. And, that's clearly what the job of being the Detroit Lions head coach does to you.
Yeah, but, he looks that way and his team plays that way.
Yeah.
In that messy style. And I just think that, you can almost learn a lot about it. Back to college football. SMU have a touchdown in their game, not Syracuse. I apologise to any Syracuse fans we have on watching.
Oh, we have a touchdown in this game as well.
Oh, okay. SMU back to 21 points behind Eastern Carolina, so I will go over to Mr. Hodgkinson.
Kent State are not giving up without a fight. Dustin Crum finds wide receiver Dante Cephas at the 1 yard line, and he's got a yard or 2 of separation, and he's into the end zone for a touchdown. It'll be interesting to see whether Kent State go for two. They really need to. Really, they're that far behind. But it's a case of whether they. We'll see.
Okay, we shall see on that one.
Oh, hang about.
Is it being called back?
Yeah, the touchdown was called back.
Okay. So
Kent State won't go for two because they haven't got the 6.
Is it all over in the SEC world, George? I've not heard much from you. Is it done and dusted?
Pretty much. I mean, we're just counting the clock down now in Gainesville. There's a minute left, and game's finished, and Mizzou's been finished for, I think, the last hour now. It's been finished. So we're just, I'm just waiting on the Iron Bowl and the Egg Bowl previews coming on, and that's going to be my evening's entertainment.
Sorry for interrupting you, buddy.
there is a finish here in the Ohio Bowling Green game. That is the same score that it was at half time. Ohio winning 52-10 in that one. And Western Michigan kicks a field goal to go up 3 points against Northern Illinois with 2:23 left in the fourth quarter of that game.
Alex?
Yes, Simon Carroll.
Who are we going to upset before we go off air? We've got 2 more talking points. We could upset me and you about talking about Texas from yesterday, or we could upset Ollie about talking about the College Football Playoff Committee. I mean, I'm not sure which one we're going to do.
Look, I was kind of hoping there was going to be enough action to not talk about Tom Herman and Texas because, I at this point I'm just waiting to see what the decision is at Texas. I want him fired. I get George's points on continuity, but Texas, you can't be continuously shite like they are. So I think he's got to go with the recruits that he's had this year and the performances that they've put out there. He's been out-coached over and over again, especially by the guy that was on the opposite sideline to him yesterday, and Matt Campbell. So, I think whilst Urban Meyer is out there and not signed with anyone, that shadow just looms so large over Austin at the minute that if he's available, then you've got to go out and try and get him.
I just wonder. I mean, Texas is my only team that I follow that I have any right of expectations for, and that's based on their own expectations. This is a huge football program. We're talking a seriously big football program, one of the biggest, probably one of the top 5 in the nation. And there's just, I completely agree. We've just talked about Northwestern and how they've built a culture for success. And you require patience for that, but it doesn't feel like quite the same in Texas. It doesn't feel as healthy. There's something not quite right there. He's recruited well, Tom Herman. I think you look at the guys that have come in, but they don't seem to be developing, and that's what you need to see, I suppose, if you're going to supply some patience. It's disappointing. I don't know if you want a big name or if you want to go down the route that Texas have gone down since Mac left. Charlie Strong and Tom Herman they weren't the hugest names. I think every time they tried to lure Nick Saban away from Alabama, it just never was going to happen. It was just a ploy by Saban to get more money from out the Crimson side. And now you've got a situation where I don't think Texas knows what's for the best. The administration there. It's quite a difficult situation, I think. But something has to change because the Big 12 is there for the taking right now. I mean, the best teams in that division have 2 losses. All it takes is is Texas is to make good on all these good players, football players they've got, and things could be a lot different. But they've wasted the Summer League of years, and that's as simple as that.
Yeah, 100%. Important touchdown. Sorry. Important touchdown to tell you about. SMU have cut the deficit against East Carolina to 14 points with 7 minutes left to play in that one. This would be the wildest comeback, perhaps in college football history at this point. They were down 45-7 at one point in this game, and they've fought back now to make it just a 14-point game. I am going to switch my coverage, the game I'm watching, to that one to see if anything happens. They're going to have to steal a possession at some point, you would imagine, to come out of this game with a win. But what a crazy outcome it would be if they could do. I'm just going to see if I can find it on ESPN Player. I certainly can do. So let's get that one up in front of me now. So 14 points behind SMU is now in this game. They are wearing the white Dallas unis as well, Si. So, very much. Oh no, they're not. They're the white SMU ones. They're not the white Dallas ones. So they're not quite as good. But
they shouldn't even be allowed anymore. Why would you even bother?
yeah, I don't know what the point is either, mate. Don't worry about that. Maryland has a touchdown against Indiana. Their day of suffering is made somewhat better. There's only 90 seconds left in that game. They are 27-9 behind at the minute. I'd imagine they kick the extra point and make it a 17-point game in that one. Toledo have cut Ball State's lead to 12 points with 5:31 left in that game. Some touchdowns in the later starts here. Coastal Carolina have a touchdown against Texas State. Louisiana have a touchdown against Louisiana Monroe. And Arkansas State have a touchdown against South Alabama. Cy is shaking with his head in his hands. What's going on, my man?
Michigan can't tackle. They're mailing it in now, this defense. There seems to be a bit of fastness about them early in the game. But yeah, Will Levis comes in, just goes at the outside, should have been brought down. They managed to spin inside, avoids 2 more tackles and gets a 7-yard run. Michigan used all the timeouts, stopping the clock with 5 minutes left on the clock, which was a bit unusual. Now we're down to 2 minutes 42. They've got no way of stopping this clock whatsoever. And Penn State have really just chewed it up. They're still 2 scores ahead. This game's pretty much over now. I was just getting back to Texas. I wouldn't mind hearing what George was about to say, because I think you have the opinion that potentially they should stick it out for the long haul.
Well, I just when you hear the story of Charlie Strong, right, and the whole hierarchy at Texas, where he didn't, ingratiate himself with the Texas high school football coaches, so didn't get off to a good start. Then the boosters start to chime in. Kind of a lot of similar stories along some of the larger programs in the South, where you need to get the boosters on side to get to almost buy you some time to get through. And Alex touched on this before in one of the Chaps podcasts, where the whole kind of organizational structure behind the scenes seems to be completely wrong at Texas, and that's echoed a lot through when you listen to some of the other commentators, that there's just something not quite right there. Texas is the same size, if not bigger program than Michigan, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Alabama. It's a massive football program. It can't just keep on turning over coaches. I'm not saying that Mac Brown shouldn't have gone.
Guys!
You look at what Mac Brown's doing now, right? Oh, we've got a broken record.
Oh my days. 8 touchdowns, Jarrett Patterson. I was waiting for Alex to throw to me at the start of this drive, and I was going to say, oh, well, Kent State have made a big play, and they've stopped Jarrett Patterson at the line of scrimmage. Well, that was 2 plays ago, and since then, Jarrett Patterson has just embarked on what must be the best part of 55-yard rushing touchdown for his 8th rushing touchdown of the day. That's got to take him nearly to 375 yards. Only 2 college football running backs in the last 25 years prior to that touchdown had over 300 yards and 7 touchdowns on the game. Well, Jared Patterson's just blown that out the window. That is what a day. 385 yards, 12 yards per carry, 8 touchdowns. Now, can we get number 9 for the record?
Madness. Utter madness.
What a man. What a
in
player.
Buffalo. There's still 7 minutes left in this game.
Well, he's not draining any clock, because the man's just running for touchdowns every time he gets the ball in his hands. He's not taking any. And there's been, to be fair, there's been a lot of flags in this game as well, which is slowed the clock somewhat. But seeing something truly great today. Speaking of some.
Oh, big play, SMU. Oh, Eastern Carolina driving. They're inside the SMU 30-yard line. And they try a trick play on a reverse. So the quarterback hands it off to the running back, who tries to pass it off to a wide receiver on the end around. That exchange is dropped. The ball's there on the floor, and one of the SMU defensive linemen picks it up. And now SMU, I said they needed to steal a possession. They've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds. They need to score twice. So you're going to have to go touchdown, onside kick touchdown, I'd imagine, because this Coastal Carolina offense is rolling and eating up clock. But so there's a chance for Shane Buechele here in this game to really pull off the best comeback we've ever seen in college football. Sorry, Ollie, back to you.
Well, I was just going to say we've seen a great performance from Jared Patterson today, but let's touch on the truly great moment of today with Sarah Fuller at Vanderbilt. She's come out with a quote after the game's finished today. I just want to tell all the girls out there that you can do anything that you set your mind to, you really can. And if you have that mentality all the way through, you can do big things. I think that's a really important and great message that's come out of what has been a terrible result for Vanderbilt, but a great day for college football.
Yeah, I mean, I've took quite an impassioned view on this subject. I coach women's sport. I know, Ollie, you're a father to two girls. Women's sport isn't as well promoted. It's not as well thought of worldwide as men's sport is, and it absolutely deserves to be, because I love being involved in women's sport. I think it's phenomenal. The skill level, the people that you meet is absolutely fantastic. So to see something like this today, for me, has been huge, because this is a phenomenal athlete in Sarah Fuller. She's obviously a phenomenal athlete, and for her to come in and to make history like this is incredible. And to be so down to earth about it, to be so grateful to be able to do it, is just incredible. It's such a real picture of the kind of athlete and the kind of person that she is. So yeah, phenomenal achievement today, and just a really cool thing to see and get to see here in the SEC as well. Often regarded as the best college football conference. This isn't someone coming out in D3 and doing something there, which you shouldn't take away their accomplishments, because they're still playing football at the college level. But to come out and do it in the SEC, in the biggest conference of them all, is something else. It really is.
Yeah, and just on that, I was just about to say that the South's not often seen as a progressive part of America, is it really? But you've got, the female kicking for Vanderbilt and all the Missouri fans applauding it. I think it's a step in the right direction, a phenomenal moment.
Incidentally, I've got Kent State on in front of me. Kent State were the last team to have a female kick an extra point when they played Delaware State in 2015. That was April Goss's kick there.
Just quickly, ECU, while I was in the middle of that monologue, I thought about breaking away, but I thought probably it's not quite as important. ECU picked off Shane Buechele, so this game is pretty much done now. Over here, they're just taking time off the clock.
My game's over too. Michigan State. Michigan got another loss. They got to 3-3. 2-4 rather, isn't it now? Penn State picking up the first win. Just wound the clock down as expected. I've turned over to Syracuse NC State, which looks quite interesting. Syracuse got 5 minutes to drive down the field and get ourselves a game-tying touchdown. I like these teams who play in orange and bright orange, and realise that they've made a catastrophic mistake with the uniforms, and they decide to go with their alternate colour as the main colour, like the navy blues. Much nicer. Teams like the Denver Broncos do it the way around. What are you doing? Get back to your dark blues for starters. This is serious. You're a professional football team. Act professional. Come on. But looking very smart. And I thought Liberty looked really smart yesterday in those navy blues with the red helmets and red pants.
Very nice.
Yeah. Top draw.
Just quickly before we go into the finals of these few games that we have left, Missouri beat Vanderbilt 41-0 earlier. In number 12, Indiana picks up the win against Maryland 27-11. As Size just said, Penn State finally pick up their first win of the season 27-17 against Michigan. The Ohio Bobcats beat Bowling Green 52-10. Western Michigan defeated Northern Illinois 30-27 on a late field goal in that game. Georgia State also scored a late field goal as they defeated two late field goals as they defeated Georgia Southern 30-24. And also in the SEC, Florida came out on top against Kentucky 34-10. The games we have left and available, NC State leads Syracuse by 7, 36-29 at the minute. Oklahoma State lead Texas Tech by 13, 50-37 in what has been an incredibly fun Big 12 game there. Ball State lead Toledo 27-17. East Carolina lead SMU 52-38 in another delightfully sloppy game. Miami, they lead Akron 31-0. And then we have 4 games that kicked off late. Arkansas State lead South Alabama 7-0. Louisiana lead Louisiana Monroe 7-0. Number 20 Coastal Carolina lead 14-0 against Texas State. And North Texas and UTSA are scoreless 10 minutes into the first quarter. However, the big game, the big moment really today has been Jarrett Patterson's record equaling day. Ollie's been watching the game. The Buffalo running back has 32 carries for 385 yards and an NCAA record equaling 8 touchdown carries. Ollie, what a day this has been for Jarrett Patterson. We joked about him potentially breaking the record earlier, and now he's right on the verge of doing so, potentially.
Yeah, and we've still got about 3 hours left in this fourth quarter. To be honest, that's even Kent State are trying to run the clock out. They clearly don't like fun either. They don't want to be the team that are on the receiving end of the NCAA rushing record for touchdowns in a game. By the looks of things, they're run the ball down the field. There's just over 5 minutes left. I joked about there being 3 hours. Another rushing play for Kent State. I think it looks like it was just shy of the first down mark. So they're going to be presumably running again to try and pick up a first on 4th and 1. I don't see them doing anything else, to be honest. But it's been incredible, and Jarrett Patterson has been fantastic. And how good he's been is kind of hello. Oh, there's a flag on the play. Dustin Crum has just thrown a touchdown, but there's a flag on the play. Let's see whether that stands or not.
Of course, there's a flag on the play.
Yeah, there's going to say there's been 400 flags on the play in this 8-hour-long game. But let's see if I can see what it looks like it's for.
I can see George shifting around as the Iron Bowl is about to kick off. On his
when my screen goes blank, right, and you don't hear any more from me, then you boys just carry on with your Kent State.
It looks like
that was a bit disparaging from George. You carry on with your Kent State game. What do you think of that then?
Yes,
George calls himself a football purist, but he's just sat there talking about how the SEC means more
in his SEC castle.
Yeah, his SEC castle.
Thinking
how it just means more.
Thinking the SEC still plays defence. We know people like him.
If I'm honest, I don't recognise any football out with it, the SEC, to be honest. So I don't even recognise the college football playoff any longer.
Looks like, well, let's not get into recognising the college football playoff, It looks like the touchdown stood and Kent State kicked the extra point. It's gone to an ad break. It seemed all very hurried, like they tried to get off the extra point before anything else happened. But it's gone to an ad break. We'll see what's occurring on there. Yeah,
I mean, we've now got, 5 minutes for Jarrett Patterson to break the record for touchdowns and hopefully yards as well. He needs, 40 or so yards to break the single game rushing record as well. So just give it to Jarrett over and over again if you're Buffalo.
Bit of a play here, Al. We've got a big bomb down the right-hand side from Rex Culpepper, the quarterback, the Syracuse quarterback, to wide receiver Taj Harris, and it looks to the world like it was out of bounds, but the replay is showing this is a phenomenal catch. He just got his tiptoe down in time on his right foot to get in bounds before his left foot plants on the white of the sidelines. Reviewing it now, this could be a big-time play. Obviously, they're pushing down the field for a touchdown to tie the game.
Very, very nice. So, George is going to cover the Iron Bowl quickly for us over the last 10 minutes of this show, I hope, at least at the beginning of it. We will go off the air as soon as the Kent State Buffalo and NC State Syracuse games are finished. Texas Tech has just scored a touchdown to go up cut Oklahoma State's lead to just 7 points in that game. So Oklahoma State leads 50-43 in that one. with the extra point to come. Texas Tech kicking the extra point there. They will kick off, and I'm sure they will go for the onside kick. Guys, there was a minute in this game where Texas Tech had an onside kick that Oklahoma State returned for a touchdown, and then the very next play had a pick six. That's going to cost them this game. They could have beaten Oklahoma State, an Oklahoma State team that, up until just a couple of weeks ago, we had as the best team in the Big 12.
Well, you might have. I don't believe anybody from Oklahoma should be considered the best of anything, to be quite frank, Alex. But Texas Tech are no mugs. Like, they took Texas to the wire, didn't they? A few weeks ago. This is a team that have it in them to be party poopers, I suppose. I suppose that maybe that's the limit, but just overlook them at your own risk, I would argue.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I wondered about Mike Gundy this year with all the preseason distraction, let's call it that, and let's not, publicly assassinate him. In a year where Oklahoma State could easily have won that Big 12 championship, probably should have won that Big 12 championship given the state of Oklahoma and Texas. Do you think that puts pressure on his job? Because I think, as we said last week, I think James Franklin gets a mulligan this year, frankly, in the Big Ten. I think everyone will say, well, it's a COVID year, it's this, it's that, let's see. But does Mike Gundy find himself under pressure in a year where, frankly, he could have taken advantage of the other team's demise?
So I think a lot of it depends on what the preseason expectations were, because this is an Oklahoma team that lost to both Iowa State and Kansas State early on in the season and is still probably the favourite to win the Big 12. Now, obviously, it looks like they're going to have to face Iowa State and beat them in the conference championship game to get to that point. But, this is an Oklahoma State team that was beaten in overtime by Texas in a result that was disappointing at the time because they were undefeated in conference play. They'd beaten Iowa State and they were well on course to be in the conference championship game. But it's that performance in Bedlam last weekend that really is going to possibly put the nail in his coffin, especially if they find a way to lose this one today, just as the onside kick comes through, and it's a horrific onside kick. It's not even gone 5 yards, let alone 10. So Oklahoma State is probably going to close out this game, although Texas Tech does have all 3 timeouts. So if they can force a 3 and out, then they might get the ball back. But it looks as though Oklahoma State's going to escape with this one.
Just a quick one, guys, before you get into the topic of hirings and firings and whatnot. Kent State obviously tried to kick the onside kick there, 22 points behind. The guy that on the hands team that received it for Buffalo, Jared Patterson, he's setting himself up for a short field. I think the about 48 yards from home, 387 yards at the moment, 8 touchdowns. He's on the field. There's no sign of Kevin Marks now.
I'm not surprised.
41 yards. Got 41 yards to the end zone on 2nd and 8. And let's see what we get.
Yeah, but yeah, if they still, even from now, if they find a way to lose this game, I think he's under real pressure because they just looked a class below Oklahoma last week. And I think that's the biggest indictment on him as a coach so far. Is they've never been able to hit that level. Yeah,
you're right, Al. I think for all the good he's done for Oklahoma State, Bedlam record might, it's a season like this where his Bedlam record might come back to haunt him.
Yeah, but again, it's this age-old question: who are they going to bring in? Mike Gundy's a pretty good recruiter there at Oklahoma State, and as long as they're challenging every year, is it the end of the world? Desmond Jackson today, he has rushed it 34 times for 210 yards and 3 touchdowns. He is the Chuba Hubbard replacement, really, for OSU moving forward.
No Jared Patterson, though, is he?
No, he's not Jared Patterson, but then I fear few people are Jared Patterson. So, I think it's just such a tough one because we don't know who's out there to replace people at the minute.
if it hadn't been for the fact that Kent State have been so bad at stopping Jared Patterson all night, I would almost be tempted to say that they're in collusion with Buffalo at getting him this record, because the tackling in this drive is abysmal. It was just managed to bring him down on 2nd and 1, where it looked like he was probably bottled up at the line of scrimmage. He just picked up the first down, just diving across a bunch of the Kansas. Moved on to later. Kent State defensive linemen, and we're down around 2 minutes left on the clock, just over to pay up. He's coming out of the game. Oh, man. Oh, Kevin Marks is in. Not quite sure what the plan is here. I hope it's not to get a touchdown with Kevin Marks. That would ruin my evening.
I mean, if he gets to the 1 yard line, he's got to go down, surely.
Well, let's hope so. There's a lot of patting Jerry on the head as he hits the sideline. I think he's a man who needs bringing down off the ledge after being brought off the pitch.
He's 409 rushing yards, Patterson, so he can't pick up the rushing yards in a game record. I don't think he would need.
Not unless they get another possession.
He would need 20 more yards, and they are. Where are they? They're on the Kent State 15, so maybe they're pulling him out. There was a bit of ambiguity with the touchdowns record, so I'm not sure if it was 7 or 8 still.
No, it was 8. So
it was 8.
Yeah, so he's tied it at 8, and Buffalo are currently 2nd and 6. Patterson's still on the sideline. I tell you, the man is so hungry. The coaches are having to crowd around him, kind of trying to, like I say, talk him down off the ledge. Oh no, Kevin Marks is going in. Oh, what is this? What fresh hell is this? Oh, man. Jared Patterson, it just flipped to him on the sideline. He's taking his helmet off and he's walking away, which, I mean, I suppose is a little bit of bad sportsmanship. Your teammates just scored a touchdown and to put you 70-33 up. But I think I'd be the same. Personally.
No, I think you're right.
You know,
I'd be so annoyed.
It was so easy for Kevin Marks as well.
Just a quick update in the Carrier Dome, guys. 70 seconds left, and Rex Culpepper's just thrown a lovely pass to Courtney Jackson, who made a man miss, and down to the 20-yard line here with 65 seconds now. So knocking on the door, possibly tying this one up.
Yeah, Texas Tech and Oklahoma State are pretty close here. Oklahoma State has the ball. It's in the Texas Tech red zone, though, so it looks like they're going to escape from this one. They got it 4th and 1 here, I believe. I'm just waiting for the game to reset. I think the ticker feed is slightly ahead of my game feed, so I'm just waiting to see what happens in this play. Well over 1,000 yards of offense in this game today. 1,150 or so yards today in what has been a pretty crazy game in this one. So Oklahoma State going for it on 4th and 1 from inside the Texas Tech half. And yeah, it is an easy run. They are going to go down and win that game. Oklahoma State escapes 50-44 in this one. I cannot believe that Lance Leopold did that.
Oh, Jared Pat. I can't believe it either. And it was such an easy touchdown for Kevin Marks as well. Just stroll. I mean, presumably Kent State was still involved in the collusion and they thought it was Jared Patterson and they just let him walk into the end zone. And then they were like, it's Kevin Marks. What is this?
Do you go onside kick if you're Buffalo here?
They didn't. But the Kent State nearly did muff the kick. It was very close to Buffalo actually recovering the kick. But 70, team sport, 70 points is Buffalo's highest scoring single game as a program. So, he's celebrating that as a team today. But you just kind of look at it and go, what are you doing, man?
And Jarrett Patterson has equalled the record for number of rushing touchdowns in a game here. So
yeah, but
it's not the same, is it?
It's not the same. It's not the same. Who cares
about equaling anything? Oh. What? I'm not.
Use your words, Ollie.
To be honest, boys. Just a lot of crazy tomfoolery from botch snap. I don't even know who this is in a quarterback. It's not Dustin Crum, that's for sure. And then he tries to throw the ball away, in which, if it was Ian Book, we'd be talking about it being the pass of the year, but it was essentially just a little throwaway to a wide receiver. Unfortunately for Kent State, the wide receiver didn't make the same sort of level of play as Notre Dame did last night for Ian Book. But Kent State are just the clock's just winding down now.
45 seconds.
Big pickup for Q's, wasn't it? There on 3rd and 10.
Oh, you watched it too, Al?
Yeah, I've got it on here now that the Oklahoma State game has come to a conclusion.
Down to the 10-yard line now. Rex Culpepper, it looks like a poor man's Trevor Lawrence. With some tattoos on his arms, it looks like 12 minus 4 equals 8 or something, but it might be a date of birth, I'm not sure. That's what it looks like, though. It's like, come on, that's cheating, that.
It looks like Toledo have come right back into this game against Ball State. There's a minute 13 left in that one, and it's a 3-point game. And Toledo have the ball inside the Ball State half. So an exciting finish to that one there on ESPN. We are going to stick with this game. So there's 28 seconds left in this NC State-Syracuse game. Because it's on ESPN Player, and with the big games that have just started and are into the first quarter, with the Iron Bowl and Clemson Pitt, we will be leaving it at the end of regulation on this stream. So if you want to see the conclusion of that game, Syracuse have 2nd and goal now. There's 30 seconds left in this one. They need a touchdown and an extra point to tie the game. They could win with a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, but we won't be staying live for overtime because we've already been live for 4 hours 15 now, almost 4.5 hours. So we're almost done. And Ollie, what is your update here?
The backup Kent State quarterback just had a guy absolutely wide open on the 2-yard line, and his wide receivers, I've been generous, it was a 6-yard line. Wide receivers just ditched it to the turf. Kind of sums up Kent State's game, really.
Yeah. So what? Buffalo going to get the ball back here?
It's 4th and to be fair, 4th and 5. Let's just have a look. Kent State have called the timeout. I don't know why they want this game to go on here. I must admit, that seems frankly bizarre. Maybe they are coming up with a play to give Jared Patterson the ball in decent field.
Throw it away! Throw it! Oh no! He's been sacked.
Rex Culpepper, you mug.
That's the game. That is the game.
There's no time.
They're trying to snap the ball here.
Absolutely no chance.
3, 2, 1. They get it off. He's just spiked it on 4th and goal.
Are you joking?
Lost the game.
Jesus.
Poor man's Trevor Lawrence. You won't get that from Trev. What is that?
We'll find out later.
He's embarrassed himself there.
With 16 seconds left in the Kent State Buffalo game, that is the final game that we will be bringing you. I promise. We're just waiting, just in case Jared Patterson comes out and breaks.
Kent State are punting away. It's a high looping punt caught at the Buffalo 21-yard line. So let's see if a lot of the Buffalo team look like they're walking away. I don't think they're going to send Jared Patterson out for a play here. Oh, Carl Van Treese is out on the field. Let's see what they come up with here. I can't see if Jared Patterson's on the field. Doesn't look like they're just going to take a knee and bleed the clock down. Kent State have got 2 timeouts if they wanted to prevent him from doing so, to try and get Jared Patterson the ball. But, well, that's it. It's final. Jared Patterson strolling onto the pitch, face mask on. The number 41, which is he was wearing today, recognition of a Buffalo player. To honour him, he's normally 26, Jared Patterson, and he's done that number proud for Buffalo today. 8 rushing touchdowns and tying the NCAA record. And that's our final game here on College Football Live.
Yeah, that is all from us this week. I'm going to wrap it up very, very quickly because I know George is very much ready to jump off. So let's go to single view so that he can go and enjoy the Iron Bowl. Thank you ever so much for tuning in to watch today. It's been another really fun ride. If you're enjoying these shows, make sure you hit subscribe on the College Chaps YouTube channel where we are hosted. Head over to Twitter, follow the College Chaps. You'll find all 4 of our ats in the tweets below that as well. We have some fantastic content coming up for you. The College Chaps and the Collapsing Pocket, the 2 podcasts that we are mainly involved in, are fantastic. We have some great guests on the College Chaps. It's really, really good fun. Thank you ever so much for tuning in here. I've been Alex. From the rest of the guys, enjoy your College Football Saturday. Stay safe, stay well, and please join us again next week for another jam-packed show, as it is sure to be.